Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon in every time zone all around this world of ours, whether it's snowing or raining or sunshine or just, silent darkness. Welcome to Toast AM, where we have myself, Paulogia, and my friend and co host, Dave.
Oh, is that me? My screen. I can hear you.
You can't hear
Oh, I'm
me?
an idiot. Sorry, I had YouTube
Oh, you
open.
rookie mistake.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is what you keep me around for, Paul, to make you
That's
look
right.
good.
That's
I was very confused there for a second. Then, yeah, great, good stuff. Off to a good start. Hey, you know what, Paul?
What's that, Dave?
If that's the worst thing that happens today, we got it out of the way.
That's right.
10
That's right.
seconds in, I done beefed it, before I did this, like opened the door and I stubbed my toe on the little sill on the bottom of the door and just fell right into grandma's right there.
That's
And
right.
that's it. So now the holidays are off to a good start.
I
We're
was a little
set.
bit confused actually because you were dancing on the back on behind the scenes
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
and you shouldn't have been able to hear the music. And I was wondering, I guess is he faking his own music?
Nope, I could hear the music because I was watching the YouTube stream.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Mhm.
Welcome everyone on a special alternate night for Toast to
Mhm.
Toast AM. We normally are we often not nor we
Often.
often
I would
are
I
on
would say normally,
normally
typically.
on Friday nights.
Yep.
Thank you for everyone for accommodating. We had
Yes.
other plans.
Yeah. Things just didn't
Um,
work out. So, but you know what? We felt we wanted to have something. We missed all of these wonderful people so
we
much.
absolutely did. The tricky part was negotiating with the good people at YouTube
Yeah.
because there turns out other people normally stream on Saturdays.
So, we are not the only stream on YouTube right now.
Oh, I think
That
we are. I think they all got bumped, and
Oh,
so
nice.
I think we're gonna have some angry comments
I like it. I like
from
it.
from the other streams that would
How many
normally
other streams people who watch, would I don't know, karate? Is that what other people stream on YouTube, Paul? I don't actually know.
karate. I think also I think there's also there's cooking shows.
Yep. And people playing Super Mario Brothers, but playing
Oh,
it really
right,
fast,
right, right, right.
like
And
as fast as they possibly can.
the Minecraft, I think.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you speed run Minecraft, but they do. They do it. Yeah.
That's right. Um
Uh, oh
there's
my goodness.
also there's also, Dave, there's the streams where people just literally they do puzzles
Yeah.
and build Lego sets.
And I
So
mean, I feel like you could like I don't I you know what? I'm never here to judge what someone else watches or enjoys.
we're not here to yuck anyone's yum.
But maybe just do your own puzzle. Like I feel like that would be more fun. It's like I'm a person who I don't do it a ton, but I've
Yep.
gone fishing a time or two in my life,
Mhm. Mhm.
put the old pole in. I like being out in the water and
Sure.
just relaxing. I've never really understood the appeal of fishing shows. Like,
Well,
it's like if you're gonna maybe just go out fishing if you wanna.
but the fishing show usually, like, so not to mention a live stream necessarily, but a fishing
Mm,
show that's on TV, at least they've edited it
it's true.
down to
It's 22 minutes or whatever right after
right.
it. So
You're
you're
gonna
getting the
see you're gonna see
yeah
some fish.
yeah you're gonna
You're
see
you're
some.
not you're not guaranteed. Dave, we have a super chat
We do
already.
already. There's so many of our wonderful friends. People see AZ Cat's here, Matthew's here, David K super chatting again, as he likes to do, and
So
not leave any comment.
did
Yep.
David type this? I'm confused. Did he type his own message? Thank you for your donation. Is that a new thing?
Uh,
Maybe it just puts that in when you don't put in any text.
it's possible. I think it does
All
because I'm
right.
looking in chat. I don't see anything below it.
Okay, I
But
think
that
that's
would be a good. I'm gonna do that next time I super chat
that's right.
somebody else. I'm gonna super
Thank
chat
you.
Dapper
That's right.
Dino
You're
and
like,
just be like,
thank
"Thank
you,
you for your
Dave,
donation."
for being such a generous sponsor.
Yes. It's viewers like you that make this stream possible.
That's right.
I'm sorry, what? That's a
Off
good
to
idea.
this is all off to a great start.
This is off
Anyway,
to a great start. Yeah.
so Bella is getting settled. We'll see how that
Yep.
goes.
We'll see how that goes.
But
Mhm.
Dave,
Mhm.
we've had our first super chat. Thank you so much for
Yes.
that. Um, we we thank you for your support. It keeps the lights on. We do have to pay the internet bills and
Yep.
pay off the Art Bell people now to get the
Yep.
copyright police.
Yep. We got legal fees, you
We
know.
get legal fees. We Dave, your shirts aren't free. That's for sure.
Absolutely not. No.
So
These are all
anyway,
custom made.
I'm hoping, Dave, that
Mhm.
even though with the adjusted day that you were able to find us a sponsor.
Oh, Paul, absolutely. Although um this was a little bit of a last minute thing.
Okay.
This stream where there was a time, not to peel back the curtain too much, but we weren't sure it was going to be able to happen. Didn't know there was scheduling this and
It's
that.
true. There
Yeah,
was moving pieces, as they say.
moving
Yeah.
pieces.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to, as I normally do, touch base with a sponsor the week and work together with them to come up with an ad. Had to go back into the old Rolodex,
Oh, whoa.
the old file, and pull up somebody from back in the day. This is someone. Well, I'll just get into it. Paul, um, I would like to tell you, as I so often do, that I'm tremendously excited to talk about today's sponsor. But the truth is, I can't. I can say that I've been using this product for decades and decades, but I can't, in all honesty, say it's really made my life any better. Easier? Definitely. It has definitely made a lot of very tough situations much, much easier to handle. The truth is, Paul, today's sponsor reached out to us over a year ago, interested in sponsoring the stream. They'd heard good things. They wanted to become involved in what we were doing. And I replied to their inquiry. I've replied numerous times, but they have never gotten back to me since that first initial reaching out. But you know what? We were in a bind. So even without any kind of signed deal in place, I assume it's probably fine. And or not, whatever. Look, I have very mixed and conflicted feelings about this sponsor, so let me just get right into it. Paul, tonight's Toast to Toast is sponsored by apathy. That's right, apathy, indifference, the complete and total lack of concern. Tonight's sponsor never even went to the fuck store, Paul, to load up in the first place. That's how few fucks they give. Here's the thing, Paul. Sometimes life, it's just not so good. Sometimes you look around the world and you take a step back. When you look at the state of things, it can be enough to drive a person to madness. It's enough to drive you to despair. Countless good and honorable people have dedicated their entire lives to trying to make this world a better place, and that is commendable. We here at Apathy think that's fantastic, and we support it 100%. But the soulless executives at Apathy would like to suggest perhaps a different course of action. Paul, why not just give up? Just give up, Paul. Just stop trying. Cease your struggling. At the end of the day, we are just jumped up balls of dust and electricity hurtling through the infinite void on a tiny speck of dust. Nothing we do or say is ever going to matter, so why bother? It's so much easier to just take a nap and let the cards fall where they may. In fact, Paul, recent studies show that um hmm well, the ad just kind of stops there. There's like 2 more pages of copy, but it's just that Latin lorem ipsum thing that typesetters use for placeholder text. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
So, yeah, apathy. Try it or don't. I honestly don't think they care. Also, in the box where they're supposed to put in like the special promo for the watchers of our stream to claim using the promo code Toast to Toast. That's TOST, the number 2, TOST. They just wrote in yes in all caps. So I guess make sure you rush out and claim that again or don't. Anyways, apathy. I hope they bother to send us a check.
I'm not confident, Dave.
I'm
I'm
gonna
not.
be honest. I have concerns. I have some concerns. Yeah, I'm not sure this one's gonna work out great.
However, I feel like if I use a bit of their product,
Mhm.
that I'll be less concerned.
That is the beautiful thing about apathy. The more you use, the less it bothers you. Yeah.
Well, I I thought maybe you had secured the elusive procrastination sponsorship.
I'm I'm pretty sure they sponsored our stream before.
Yeah.
I really should make a list, honestly, because sooner or later I am going to
Just
double
do
up
some
on something.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, double the money.
Yep. Absolutely.
The devil you know, as they say.
I mean, Pants has sponsored us like 3 or 4
I know.
times,
Well,
right?
I feel like that's on purpose. So
Well, that's yeah, absolutely. Every time they had a brand new product doing theirs.
that's right. We do have some super chats here, Dave.
Mhm.
We have one from Timothy Harmon. As a recovering attorney, I'm happy to support legal fees.
Oh, good.
We are going to need you on our Rolodex there, Timothy.
Yeah. Maybe you know, get with us after. We'll
That's right. Yeah.
but full disclosure, this might be pro bono because our sponsorship situation, as previously discussed. Look, there's things. We'll talk. We'll talk later. Yeah.
All proceeds go to our retainer.
Yes.
Tonight's special fundraiser is our legal retainer.
Our legal retainer. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael, for becoming a Apologia supporter. I feel like maybe you were already, but maybe that's a renewal.
I honestly don't know.
Not sure how that went, but anyway, all exciting.
Yay.
All right. So, before should we talk about what's happening on the Art Bell portion of the show first, or should we do some trivia first?
Um, you host choice. What do you feel like?
Well, let's just talk a little briefly about the Art Bell portion because that I think it lends context perhaps to
Okay.
the
Yeah.
trivia.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yes. Yes. Good point.
as you know, if you if you're joining us for the first time, welcome. Thank you for sticking with us for the first random minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a regular, you know that this show we ostensibly celebrate the old Coast to Coast, with hosted by Art Bell, a radio show.
Ostensibly celebrate. We definitely celebrate. We enthusiastically celebrate.
So we definitely celebrate the. I guess what I was thinking ostensibly about was whether that is the centrality
Of what we do here.
of what we do here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
It is a thing we do here.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the thing we do, but it
But
is
it
a
might be
thing we do
something
here.
of an or art's a bit of an enabler
That's
between
right.
you, me, and all of our friends.
Yep. Just like sometimes Dave, sometimes saying have a barbecue or let's get together and play games or whatever.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
all just excuses to drink.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
speaking of which, I haven't done my toast yet. So toast.
No. Oh
This is my
yeah.
toast.
Who are we
Toast to
toasting
everyone in
to,
the
Paul?
chat for hanging
Yes.
with us on a Saturday. Cheers.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers to snow. Snow and snow and snow.
All right. So back in May, we had one of the art episodes we did
Mm-hmm.
was a gentleman named Michael Marcus.
Marcum.
Mark
Marcum.
Markham. That's right.
Yeah.
Michael Markham. And Art affectionately named him Madman.
Mm-hmm.
Gave him a little affectionate nickname there.
Yep.
And so Michael Madman Markham came on the show in a bit of a legal quandary.
Mm-hmm.
Also, perhaps even more serious than our own.
Yeah. Well, the legal quandary had been and gone, I believe, because if I remember correctly, his arresting officer called into the show.
Oh, that's right.
And Michael was none too thrilled to talk to him again. Wasn't
Well,
belligerent,
Dave,
but it was just like It's like, you remember me, don't you, Michael? He's like, yeah, yeah, no, I
Spoiler
remember you.
alert. I haven't listened to this episode in detail, but I do recall
Yeah,
that there was some prison time between
yeah,
the first call and the second call. So
yeah.
what we are going to be listening to tonight, that was the first call with
He had,
Michael
if I
Markham.
remember correctly, and I also haven't listened to this since we listened to it in May. He had like stolen a bunch of transformers or something, like from like a utility, like a power company
Yes,
yard.
yes.
Yeah,
And I
and
don't think we need to. So one thing I did listen
yeah.
to, I made sure Art does give a good recap of the first call, so we don't need to
Okay, he's gonna go through. Yeah,
recap the first call,
yeah.
other than to know that this is a sequel show,
Hmm.
in the spirit of say a Mel's Hole
Hmm.
or some of the other great recurring characters.
Yes,
So Madman is another one of the recurring characters. Art's rogues gallery, as it were.
as it were. Yes, well done.
So,
Do we?
uh,
Okay, so I mean, and Art will do a better job than we ever could of
yes,
summarizing the first. Are we? Are we gonna
no,
just let it go and then do a
no. Now
trivia
we're gonna
question?
jump
You
to
want
trivia. So, just that
to?
was the
Okay.
setup to say it's a sequel show. Get excited.
Terrence
No
Howard.
need, to stop this stream and go back to the other. They were the
Yeah.
previously on,
Yeah.
as we're used to in the world of streaming. We'll be getting that a radio version of that. But
Right.
all that to say that this is a time travel themed guest.
Yes. Because tonight's trivia.
And then, so tonight's trivia.
Mhm. But before we do that, Paul, before you
Yes,
hit
Dave.
go, we got a couple super chats. Why don't we
Oh,
do
let's do
those?
those first. All right.
Yeah.
So we have this one here from
Starting with Quasimodo, who is bringing up something
Quasimodo.
guaranteed to make me angry.
Everything has an equal and opposite reaction. Therefore, every reaction will be curved. Terrence Howard.
Are you familiar with the works of Mr. Howard
So
and his
I've become vaguely aware that
Mhm.
he has been on the Joe Rogan
Mhm.
program.
Mhm.
The over on, it's not, he's not on YouTube. He's on one of the other channels, as it were.
Yeah. Yeah.
And on the Joe Rogan, perhaps the Terrence Howard
He's
makes
also
some
still on YouTube. Like a lot of his stuff is he has an
right.
official YouTube channel and still puts a bunch of stuff on there for what it's worth.
Um, Terrence Howard made some perhaps
So
questionable.
so Terrence Howard, for people who are into pop science and physics and stuff, um, like he's been doing this for years, right? This isn't a new thing.
Oh, okay. He's new
The
to
Joe
me.
Rogan thing's new. So Joe
All
Rogan's
right.
the first person to kind of finally give him like 3 hours of
The
uninterrupted
time of
time
the
to try
day.
to
All right.
explain
Okay.
his theorems, um, which are crazy. Like he's batshit crazy. It's crazy. There's no nice or polite or like, well, maybe it's like, no, this is just whatever. Um,
So what you're
yeah,
saying is he
but
might be
that is
appointed
but
a
that is
cabinet.
very very
Okay,
much the thing that
I
sort of
understand what's
catapulted
happening
him
here.
into the public eye was his Joe Rogan appearance. And he's been on Joe Rogan now a couple of times. Because to his credit, Joe Rogan, who's like, I like what you're saying sounds crazy to me, but I'm not a mathematician or a physicist, so like he didn't really engage him on it at all. Then he got Eric Weinstein, a actual physicist, on that is also a lot of whatever. That's all I think. But he at least was able to push back and be like, no, what you're saying is wrong, like just categorically false. It would be like the difference between um, me arguing with Kent Hovind, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure that sounds wrong, but versus like an actual paleontologist or geologist who can be like, no, like what you're saying is wrong because blah, this is the truth. So then you got somebody on who actually is like, no, 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 this is this. I can tell you where your theorem is wrong. Like this is what you did mathematically that is wrong, that it doesn't work. Um, and so he mixes math and like philosophy and like, well, it should be this because it feels this way, and it's like, okay, that's not that's not how math works, but all right, moving on.
All
Anyways,
right.
Terrence Howard, crazy.
And he's gonna fight Logan Paul next week. Is that what you're saying?
Is he? I don't know about that. Logan Paul or Jake
I,
Paul? One
I
of the
don't I
Paul
don't know.
brothers.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I couldn't if you put them both in front of me, I would have no idea.
Oh, I that at least I could do. They look different. Jake Paul's the one that had that embarrassing fight against Mike Tyson, which I watched. Oh,
Oh,
it
I
was
also
terrible.
that was on in my house, much to my own chagrin. So
Yeah.
yeah.
There were some good fights on that card if you like boxing. Just
Yes. So
yeah,
the ladies card especially was quite
was good. And the
quite
other
good.
the other guys match with I thought the ladies match was the best of the night, but the other one I can't remember the guy's names sadly, but that was perfectly like yeah, that's a good. I haven't seen good boxing like that, like in a prime time way for a long time. And then that what an embarrassment that was. Anyways,
All right. So Joe White
yeah,
paid good money to write in. Paul,
yeah.
I think we should benefit from a US Canada exchange program. I
Mhm.
swear upon my honor as a red-blooded American that I will switch back at the designated end of the program. Okay.
Well,
All right.
Paul often speaks fondly about his time in the States. I think he would love
You
to
know
be.
what? There are some people I know who live here who I would be willing to send down for a while
Yeah, that's true.
and trade for some of you. I would
And to be
even,
fair, there's plenty of places in the States I would be very happy to live in.
oh, for
There's still
sure.
a lot of very nice, yeah,
Yeah.
communities
Maybe
in the USA.
maybe more coastal
Maybe more coastal. Even some of like the
or
Midwest
mountainous.
small towns, I'm sure there's some very nice
Yeah,
people and places, you know? Yeah.
indeed. Thank you so much for the super chat, Joe. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
We will look into that. We will look into the exchange program.
Also, I'll point out, Joe, you're allowed to just come here, if you want. We don't. There
Well,
doesn't need to be a.
well, unfortunately, that has led to some problems. But
Just saying that we could probably work something out.
mm,
There's mechanisms. There's things in
that's
place.
right. That's
If you
right.
just want to move to Canada, it's not impossible.
Yeah, Alex, I was actually going to say, yeah, trans people at the start of the line for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take you.
But also be
Okay.
careful where you move, even in Canada, because
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Okay, so let's do
Uh,
some trivia.
yes, trivia time.
Trivia time. We got the countdown clock ready to go. So it's multiple choice. Enter 1, 2, 3, 4 in the chat based on which answer you think is correct.
Just the number.
Just the number 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just the facts. Question number. What was that?
There you go.
There we go. Paul, in Star Trek 4, why does the crew of the Enterprise travel back in time to 1986? Is it to protect Zefram Cochrane from the Borg while he created the first warp drive? Is it to prevent Khan Noonien Singh from ever being born? Is it to pick up a whale and take it back to the 23rd century to sing to aliens? Or is it to get some Coca-Cola before they switched from sugar to corn syrup?
Well,
Answer now.
this is one of my favorite of the Star Trek films.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly do know the answer to this one, even though multiple. If you don't know the numbering, there are some actual plots here.
Yeah. See, tricky.
Yes, but for the whales, Dave, for the
For the
whales.
whales. It was for the whales, so that whales could sing to aliens. Yeah,
That's right.
in the future.
Oh, we have a see a few people were fooled by the Star Trek, I don't know, 9, whatever it was, when they had the Zephyr, when
Is that
Picard
First
went back for the
Contact? I can't
Zephyr
remember.
Cochrane.
Yeah. That is the plot of a Star Trek movie, just not this
Indeed.
Star Trek movie. Yeah.
And one of the better Next Generation ones, I would say.
We should mention too, the winner.
Oh yes, absolutely.
If you win trivia, you too can join the exclusive, the limited,
Tumblr club.
very
And by the
special.
way, the winner from last show has not emailed me, so I forget who it was.
I also
But
forget.
they should definitely email me at paul@paulogia.com.
Was that you, Mark Fernkoff? No, you won before. for, I feel like. Gosh, time, right? Who knows?
And perhaps oh, right.
Did you stop the timer?
Well, yes, I did now,
Okay.
but I forgot. All right. So, without further ado, Dave, shall we
No
get
further
to
ado.
some? Do we have
Oh,
any?
should we put the trivia? Do you have the trivia clock?
Oh, let's do trivia clock. That's right. Good call.
Yes, now it is time to let the man, the myth, the legend, Mr.
All
Art
right, here
Bell.
we go. Art Bell, circa 1996.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go and update a story first. This is Mike Markham, otherwise known as Madman Markham. That's affectionate, as you know, Mike. What is the newspaper there? Your newspaper?
The St. Joe News Press.
Okay. Well,
The Kansas City Star.
A Kansas City Star. I got an article, I think it was the Kansas City Star, as a matter of fact, about you. And we're just going to try and update the audience a little bit. The article simply said that you had tried to build some kind of machine and had taken, borrowed, appropriated, actually stolen some power company transformers to get the voltage to accomplish your task. And that apparently was your undoing. And we'll get to what the machine was, but the way I got it, you got arrested for stealing the transformers, and you went to jail, did your time. As a matter of fact, the last time we had you on the program, your parole officer called. And
That was my arresting officer.
he was your arresting officer. That's right. Sorry, arresting
Wasn't
officer. It's been how long has it been? A year?
About 16 months.
Wow.
I
Yikes.
think it was last April.
All right. Anyway, he called and begged you, in more ways than one, to stop this madness, to return to being a normal person, well, I guess you had a job, or maybe you didn't have a job then. I'm losing track of it all. At any rate, he didn't want you to continue. Now, tell the people what it is that you made. You got what were you trying to make? What had you done? You built a little scale model of what's called a Jacob's ladder, right?
Yeah.
And a Jacob's ladder is a very high voltage, low current thing that drives up the
Yeah, it's just a climbing arc.
climbing arc, yeah. And at some point when you had built this,
I like the first explanation. It drives a.
Yeah, drives like non-mechanical people trying to explain what's wrong with their car at the garage.
That's right. My car's
I
going
was like,
bing, bing, gong, bing, bing. Yeah. Fortunately, that I don't have to do that at my doctor yet, but soon.
describing your knees. I wake up in the morning.
They make a kind of wicka 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 noise, and it's
scale model, you had taken, what was it, a screw?
Yeah.
Metal screw?
Yeah, it's a little sheet metal screw.
And you threw it through the arc, or through the field, and that sucker
as one does.
As one does, yeah.
disappeared, gone,
Yeah.
right? And then, what, reappeared?
Yeah, about 2 feet away.
About 2 feet away, but it just flat disappeared. I mean, it was gone somewhere.
Shannon joined
Yeah.
the chat 5 minutes too late.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
You just missed Star Trek trivia, Shannon.
Shannon missed the easiest.
The Star Trek trivia I threw in specifically for her. Oh, well.
Uh-oh. Womp womp.
Good to see you here anyway, Shannon.
Through this little machine how big was the little one that you built?
Well, it was a 20,000 volt spark at about 100 milliamps. So, the transformer itself was stuck in a 5-gallon bucket of oil. So,
Oh, I see.
and then the laser wasn't. That was a little bit bigger when I started, but it wasn't really big. So.
Okay, well, anyway, the little one, how big was it physically? How tall was it?
Well, basically for the electrodes, I just used straight and clothes hangers.
Uh-huh, so it was about as tall as a straight and clothes hanger.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good size, actually. Okay, so obviously, at this point, you figured, anomaly. It's impossible this screw would disappear. It might get scorched, but it wouldn't disappear. So your next idea was to build...
If you ever built IKEA furniture, you know the screws can disappear
so easily.
so easily. They're the first thing to disappear, frankly.
Yes. Them and the Allen wrench. Do you know what a Jacob's ladder is, right, Paul? You've seen one. You know
That's the
got like the two wires that go up, and there's just like
and then there's a discharge of electricity between them. They look,
but it'll be a constant arc, and it will go up higher and higher as it
yeah
starts at the bottom and works its way up. Yeah.
a Magungus model of the same thing, right?
Yeah, like a giant version.
This one's so big that you had to put it on the back porch.
Yeah. Because basically I had to hook it straight to the fuse box, the line coming in.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment. But I mean, how big were the electrodes on this one?
I used these 3/8 inch thick metal rods that were about 6 feet long.
6 feet long.
Yeah.
Now that's getting pretty big.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you decided, and obviously for something this big you need a lot more power.
Yeah.
So your next move was to try and figure out where you needed high voltage, right?
Yep.
And the way I recall it, you needed transformers to step up the regular voltage that comes to your house.
Yeah.
Did you straight go?
Not the robots that can change shape.
No. Well, those transformers ironically do contain transformers, but it's a different thing.
That's right. You'd have to kill the transformer to get their transformer.
Yeah.
And that's more difficult, frankly, than just stealing transformers from your local shop.
Which, if you're very unlucky, will be guarded by a transformer.
It's very meta.
Yep.
Straight to the mains of your house?
Well, I used two 400 amp breakers in the middle of that because it was pumping 200 amp breakers. Were pretty easy. So.
Wow.
It pumped to 400, so I had to go get another one.
It pumped a 400 amp breaker?
Yep.
Oh, my. All right. How much voltage? Well, okay. First of all, where'd you go to get the transformers?
At the time I was living in Stanbury, and Stanbury's a small town, and King City's about roughly the same size, and it's about 12 miles away down the road. Yeah. Down Route 169. I got it from the substation to that town.
So the transformers seem to be gathering useless dust.
Yeah, they were just sitting outside the fence.
Uh-huh.
Much like the Michael Bay movies.
Ow. Shots fired. Take that, Michael Bay.
Just sitting there.
Yeah.
Just sort of saying, Michael, here I am. Here we are. Actually, how many were there?
There were 6.
6. And after they begged you to liberate them, and you liberated them, how many?
This personification that Art is giving of the Transformers is making it more difficult for me to keep in my head that it's not
Which
the
Transformers
actual,
it is?
It's not Optimus Prime. Wait. Begging you, please liberate us, Michael.
Are these the electrical devices or the robots in disguise? Now I'm confused. Yeah.
Bumblebee was there on his tires, begging me.
Were there left?
Florida Canada time, Paul.
Ooh, Florida Canada. Very nice. I applaud the choice.
Was on sale this week. Everything's coming up, David.
Hey, Dave, did you hear that that after December 15th?
Yes.
No more GST on our booze.
Yes, I did hear that.
Which makes me think, well, don't go buy booze on the 14th.
Yeah, then you'll feel like a real sucker.
Yeah,
but those taxes. Oh, those are still very much in place.
Like, I know that the intent was for our government to boost some spending.
Yeah.
So it's on various things. So it's on toys. It's on clothes. Snacks that normally wouldn't be considered food.
Restaurant food,
all these kind of things. Mm-hmm. But then we're saying, yeah, that's going to be on the 15th. So I think what he's done is depressed the economy between now and the 15th.
I was just excited that it's not on anything automotive, which is the industry that I
Oh, yeah,
work
yeah.
in. Because I was the
'Cause
first, I was like, it's like, oh, there's like a GC freeze, and I'm like, so Jesus, like we're gonna have to go in and like
that's
it's
a
gonna
good
be a big
so
accounting nightmare dealing with all this stuff.
IT-wise, that's gotta be a nightmare around.
Yeah. Like I would think for accounting, it's got to be just a pain in the
Well,
butt,
for
especially if you're
sure.
like, well, some products have it, some don't, whatever, right? Like,
Well,
yeah.
and your grocery store point of sale systems already
Mm-hmm.
knew,
Mm-hmm.
and now you have to put wow. All right, well, this is
Like I assume so. Any sort of modern, like I think even our ERP system or like a point system, like it's not like you apply the tax to everything. You're just like, what's the GST? So you can set the GST to 0%, and then it's just
no, but let's say you're a store like the superstores that we have
yeah,
around here, which
mm-hmm.
sell or a Walmart or
Yeah,
like
where
any
you have
food, a mix of goods,
a mix of goods. That's
some
where it's like, oh
groceries and
no,
some
no,
not.
no, 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 this is bad. Yeah, that
Suddenly,
yeah,
I haven't thought about this. It's a some data
mhm,
entry nightmare.
yeah,
All of a sudden, everything in the chip aisle,
yeah,
no GST for a couple months,
yeah. For 2 months,
and then it comes back.
how do you do this? How
Oh
do you?
gosh.
Yeah,
Maybe that's the economy driver.
yeah.
Maybe it's like
With
Y2K all over again.
with a
Like
month
when
of warning, it's
that's
like
right.
3 or 4 weeks of warning. Like, hey, figured this out.
That's right. So when
Major
Y2K
retail.
came, every programmer alive had a
Mm-hmm,
job because
mm-hmm,
they just needed coders to do stuff.
yeah.
That's what's happening now. It's
Time to learn 30-year-old programming
that's,
languages.
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I was so glad that our industry was not included in this
Mm,
because I'm just like that's a freaking nightmare for somebody, but it ain't
yeah.
me. Yeah,
As always, our YouTube videos are tax free,
always,
tax
absolutely.
exempt.
Mm-hmm. Because we have your best interests at
Although,
heart.
but you and I have to pay taxes on them.
You pay taxes, Paul, you sucker.
It's not. It's not driving, Dave. It's traveling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Well, I got all that was outside the fence, all 6 of them.
You got 6 of them?
Yeah.
That might have been slightly gluttonous. Did you need 6?
Well, I was planning on doing each one of these, like, I was going to get.
If you'd have stole 4,
Yeah, I mean, we can see that.
no one would have bothered you.
Yeah, we would have been like, I mean, that's normal. That's just normal.
But 6, I mean, that's half a dozen.
Come on,
That's rubbing it in their face.
there's living robots who need those.
Try to get as much boards as I possibly could in each one of these.
Robots on Cybertron that need those transformers.
Many Decepticons died to bring you this screw elimination device that we've got.
Oh.
12,470 volts. So I was going to like hook them together like batteries and get higher voltage.
In other words, you were going to hook the secondary of one to the primary of the next?
No, I wasn't going to stair step them like that because they probably explode then, but.
He has a good point.
Yeah.
They sure might.
No, what I did was parallel the primary coil and series the secondary.
Ah, okay. So you liberated the transformers. Now,
I don't
those
know
things must
what
be
like a commercial transformer costs, but I'm guessing they're like 5-digit price range.
Maybe not in 96.
Maybe not in 96. Either way, like I can see why he went to jail. Like that.
Oh, you know what? No. Even in 96, they had to. Yeah, no. Even in 96, they had to.
I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat knows. I doubt it. Like what the
A
hell?
commercial transformer?
A
Yeah.
commercial transformer for like the actual power grid, which is what he stole. Mm-hmm.
Melly with the super chat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Melly. Toast to Toast Ministry, spreading the gospel of art.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The art of art, as it were.
Go in peace, my child, and tell them of the Sasquatch hunters.
Oh, That was one of my favorites. So I think the trivia clock is
Michael
close
Mazzaro
enough.
says $5,000. Either way,
Oh,
1,000.
okay.
So even still, at 5,000, if you stole 6 of them, that's like 30 grand.
Yeah.
That ain't just like I helped myself to like a computer off the back of the truck or something. That's like, oh no, that's
I stole 30 grand worth of equipment, and I made a screw disappear.
And I made a screw and I wrecked it, making homemade Jacob's ladders for some reason. Yeah,
I found it in your ear. Ta-da!
Yeah. That's probably what's saying. He wasn't doing a grow up or something. It was just like, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, we're too far, Paul. Well,
No,
I guess we're right in. Question number 2.
no. Well, yeah. So it's paused. So I'll let
It's
you
paused.
read it. I'll let you read it, and then I'll read a few.
And then we'll
words,
resume
and
it.
then
So
I'll
everyone's
resume.
getting a little extra time on this one.
Yep.
Paul, this time-bending movie is based on a story by perpetual Hollywood idea mine Philip K. Dick. Is it Paycheck, Interstellar, Hot Tub Time Machine, or A Scanner Darkly? Which of those time travel, time-bending movies?
Oh, Philip K.
Based
Dick,
on a
famous
novel.
for I believe Blade Runner, obviously. When
Mhm.
do androids dream of electric sheep?
There's like 6 movies based on this thing.
Yeah. So
This is a bit of
I'm
a
pretty sure I know which one this is. I'm pretty
this is a
sure
bit
this
of a
is the
trick
one.
question, actually.
This one's
It was tricky
this one's
here.
the Ben Affleck film, I believe, is the one.
This is a Ben Affleck film. We saw it in
And
the theater
actually,
together.
I feel
Yeah.
like this is an underrated film. I actually really enjoyed this film.
Yeah, we both are on record. Yeah.
Yes.
And I see a lot of people fell for my trick. I feel a
Aha.
little bad now. Yeah.
Oh, they did. I see that. Look at this.
Yeah.
Now, what's the trick there? Why is
That is a Philip K. Dick. That movie is based on a Philip K. Dick story, A Scanner Darkly, but it has nothing to do
but
with
there's no time travel in it.
Paycheck is a Philip K. Dick.
Paycheck.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That is based on. They don't travel through time, but they can see into the future, and then act
Indeed.
accordingly.
And if you haven't seen Paycheck,
Mhm.
I mean, I've watched it in the last 5 years. Like, it doesn't hold up as well as I would want it to.
I think, like, when I saw it in the theater, you and I saw it together, I think part of it is that, like, I didn't know, and they hornswoggled me. They got me good with that one, where I was like, the twist was like, oh shit, I didn't see that coming. And then so I was even cracking wise to you in the movie.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
About like, oh, he just happens to blah blah blah. I'm like, this is fucking. And then they explain, it's like, oh, actually, this is super smart. Okay, yeah,
that's right.
Cool.
Yep.
Really cool.
Oh, there's very good reason for all the things I was mocking. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. The Philip K. Dick story isn't called Paycheck, though, as is the case.
Well, and much like they're often renamed, like, so Lawnmower Man was, I think, one of his too.
Oh no, it is Paycheck is the name of the
okay.
story. So I was wrong. Sorry. Yeah.
But well, at least Blade Runner, the most famous one, was not called Blade Runner. It was When Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which actually then was adapted into a comic series, which was also an excellent comic series that was much more faithful to the novel.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you think Deckard's a replicant?
I do.
I think it's hard. It's getting harder and harder to argue it, I think.
Yeah. Well,
from the first Blade Runner movie, there was a lot
with
more.
2049, yeah.
How heavy?
We got to reset the trivia clock.
Lawnmower Man is a Stephen King story, not Philip K. Dick. Paul.
Oh, good point. Good point. Thank you. Also, not a good movie.
No, I mean, like, it's okay.
No,
like the effects are really bad, but that's
even for the time. At the time, they were bad.
They were bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Minority Report's Philip K. Dick. Screamers is a Philip K. I don't know if you ever saw that old horror movie with the robots. Yep. What's the one with Matt Damon, and they're like, he falls in love with this dancer, but he's supposed to be in love with somebody else, and there's like Angel, whoever, and they can like change reality slightly to make things follow the way that it's supposed to, and it's kind of implied, like it's all vague, but it's sort of like, well, it's God. The Adjustment Bureau. That was a Philip K. Dick one. Yeah.
I'm not actually sure I saw that one.
It was decent. It was decent. Yeah.
Dark City wasn't his, was it? That was someone else.
I don't think Dark City.
Yeah,
I think
no,
that was the same thing.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's someone else. Anyway, back to Art Bell
Mhm.
and our that was question number. How many trivia questions do we have tonight, Dave?
I think there's 8, but now I can't remember.
Yeah, 7 or 8, somewhere in there.
7 or 8, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you miss those first 2, no, you got plenty of time.
Lots of time.
Plenty of time.
Are they?
The 25 kill.
Oh, I feel like that is so. The sound of this one wasn't particularly good, but I feel like we may have entered that clippy zone. What do you think?
Watts are about 350 pounds.
All right,
Yeah.
let me
That
quickly
is, that
let me
does not
quickly
sound good.
adjust that. We're at
Doesn't sound good. So you like stuff?
I'm more into things.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the prime content that keeps us the
That's
top
right.
of the heap. Yeah. So we're the only stream on YouTube.
One day I will figure this out.
You got 6 of them?
Oh
Yeah.
no, maybe that's just the way it is.
That might have been
I don't
slightly
think
it's
it
delayed.
is.
No, it's not. I didn't do. One day, and so I will also. One day I'll also remember what I do to fix it. As opposed.
Well, while
to,
you're doing that, Paul, I'm
Yeah?
going to read this super chat from
Oh, you
Thomas
do that.
Pickett.
Okay.
I'm going to do that. And Thomas writes, have you ever seen Philip K. Dick's speech in France in 1977? Check it out, 2 exclamation marks. I have not seen it. I wasn't aware that it existed, but I definitely will check it out because I am a big Philip K. Dick song fan. How are we doing? We're good?
And you have
Maybe?
time to kill.
Lift them up.
I have time to
had,
kill?
had a couple guys that
Hey.
paid them to help me.
You paid them to help you.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were
Just want to point
unwitting
out
dupe.
that shit like this never happens on the line. Just
Oh,
our
it
stream.
Absolutely does. So the last time I was on the, did you see
Okay,
the
I
last
never
time I was
actually
on the
watched the
line?
line, so I don't know.
So the last time I was on the line, which
Yeah.
was Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
I was filling in. First of all, I was filling in for Shannon because
Okay. Yeah.
Shannon was under the weather. So it's supposed to be me and Seth Andrews. Soundtrack, everything past flying colors, tech check, all good.
Yeah.
We're 12 seconds into the show, and Seth's sound card blows
Oh well.
on his
yeah,
computer.
there
He
you go.
can't hear anything at all.
Yeah.
So we scramble for a while. Seth but Seth's on screen, not knowing or not realized, like people can see him. Anyway, we get Matt in. Matt's down the hall. He's coming in. He's going to guest host for a while.
Yeah.
But because we were scrambling, he gave him the same join link to join in.
Right.
Middle of a call, we're still doing it. Seth comes back on, and Matt, he overlays Matt, so Matt's gone, even though Matt can still hear things. Now it's Seth, but it's Seth who doesn't realize he's on air, troubleshooting his own computer.
Oh no.
Meanwhile, I'm talking to a caller
Yeah.
while Seth is trying to troubleshoot his own computer.
Like a Leslie Nielsen movie.
Yeah, it was it was
I don't know what the fuck's up with the fucking thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It was exactly that.
I'm clicking it right now.
Yeah, that's the problem. We could totally hear him, but he couldn't hear anything else that was happening. It was
because he had it muted or off.
yeah, so it was
Oh.
yeah, anyway. So stuff like this absolutely happens.
We're very
on
on
the
brand.
line.
You know.
Anyway, when this stream is done in 5 or 6 hours, you can go check that out and enjoy seeing Seth.
Wonderful.
Paid but unwitting. In other words, they were not considered, or were
Well,
they?
they didn't. Basically, I didn't tell them they were stealing these things.
So that when the police got to you, they didn't get in trouble.
Well, actually, they did.
They did.
Yeah, but I don't know. I haven't talked to them since then because I'm sure they're probably still mad at me. But
Did you pay them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But I'm sure they're still mad at me. I think they got a lot less than I did. I think they just got a couple years probation.
Well, a couple of years probation. What did they
Why would you be mad? Well, just a couple years probation.
Chill, dude.
Chill out.
Look, I paid
Chill
you
Yeah.
$10
I went to jail. You guys relax.
to lift giant transformers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm vaguely aware of some kind of meme happening on the internet right now where people are rating their cuteness and hotness levels by how heavy something is that you could get people to lift.
Okay, this is new to me.
I'm only vague. By the time I hear of these internet things,
we're old white men, Paul. We don't know.
No,
the meme,
we don't know.
memes.
But anyway, so clearly,
yeah.
So the picture on the thumbnail, there are there's like one or two pictures of Michael that in existence of Michael Markham.
Okay. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that, on the thumbnail, so that's him. Apparently not cute enough to get people to lift $30,000 worth of transformers.
Yeah.
Without paying them.
I feel like you'd have to be pretty. That's pretty cute.
Yeah, you have to be pretty cute.
Yeah, I don't think I know anybody that I actually know in real life that I would lift $30,000 in stolen transformers for.
So
for
here's
free.
a question.
For free.
But do you have a number in your head of how much someone would have to pay you?
Oh, it's shockingly low.
Yeah. Okay.
Like $50.
All right.
I mean, yeah.
All right. So
yeah.
So what about free pizza?
I mean, so then so now we're into that depends. There are people I know definitely who are cute enough that free pizza would be enough. But,
okay. All right.
There's nobody that's like, just come do this for me. And it's like, how about fuck you? No. Like,
gotcha.
This is all meat. It's like, oh man. Okay. Is that stuffed crust? Damn. All right.
Also, I'm a little bit dubious that he doesn't know how much time that his accomplices got on this. It feels like that's a thing you would know.
Yeah, I feel like that's what are you gonna do?
My accomplices got, I don't know, 2 years probation. Or maybe he's just genuinely doesn't care about other people. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe
Hey, and I want you to realize something here, Paul. I hauled like 4 literal tons of goods from a van to other vans. It was just you and me and your dad. We did all of that. So
you're discounting. You absolutely did that.
Paul does a lot of squats.
You absolutely did that for me. I actually recently saw a photo of us.
There possibly was pizza involved in that, though. I don't remember.
We were both younger, slimmer men. But you have schlepped more weight in comic boxes, I guarantee, than that household that we unloaded.
I still stand by that moving van. The packing job your dad did, like there was not a cubic centimeter of wasted space in that. It was like you could study that in engineering or architecture school. It was insane how packed that was.
So if there is an argument in my life for there actually being a deity, because me and my mom and we were all praying, because when we had to drive that through the border.
Yep.
If you live in America, no one in America cares what's coming from Canada to America, because everything is here is 6 times more expensive. No one's smuggling stuff in from Canada to America.
Right.
But Canada really, really cares about what you're bringing from America to Canada, and that was the direction we're moving from California back to Alberta. Yeah.
Spoiler alert: none of the drugs come from here.
No. And as you said, that, you're right. Not 1 millimeter was spared. So if we'd have had to unpack that at the border,
which is something they absolutely could have done.
They could have done. We would have.
The border guy just be like,
it would have taken weeks to put it back. Yeah, no. So that's if someone wants to make a convincing argument for me that a deity exists,
That's it right there.
Or the
yeah.
efficacy of prayer. That would have been the one.
They're just like, yeah, whatever, go through.
Yep.
Yeah.
To my mother's credit, every single she had a list. Every single like she had a binder. We had the binder. It's like in box number 86 is, Mr. Potato Head toy.
No one would ever accuse your parents of being disorganized.
No.
Yeah. Yes, I would. 4 Transformers, that'd be fine. 6?
Yeah,
No.
that's right. 6, right out.
Right out. Whoa.
Whoa. The number of Transformers shall be 4. No more. No less.
Oh, man.
5 is too many.
I was
6
watching a bunch of Monty Python this week.
is right out.
Right, 6 is right out.
How can I put this? What did you tell them that you were doing? I mean, did you tell them this is going to be
I just told them I was
five-finger discount, or did you say we're
Well, actually, what I told them was I went ahead and bought these things from St. Joe Light Power.
Oh, well then see.
Someone's making a good point here in the chat there, Dave.
Okay.
I need to retract something I said. Prescription drugs, you absolutely can get cheaper here.
Oh, absolutely. That's very true. That's very true.
Prescription drugs, you absolutely can get much cheaper here and take over.
Yeah.
That they do care about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pharmaceuticals.
Polar bear pelts.
That's right. Your various pelts.
Yeah.
Your Black Plague blankets.
Yes.
They should have gotten off.
Well,
seems like, huh?
Yeah, it seems that way, but
all right. So anyway,
I think the way the cops are looking at it, saying, well, you guys are idiots for believing this guy. So, because
ignorance is no excuse for.
Yeah. Because basically, there's like liability factors. Because I've already tried buying those off St. Joe Light Power, and they're pretty.
We're still on the previously on, Dave. Previously on.
Yeah.
Art. Still reviewing. I'm
Still
glad
reviewing.
we didn't review.
See, there we go. Good.
No.
Although at least he's talking about his friends who went to jail on his
That's
behalf
true.
previously.
That's true. Getting new insights into his buddies that he scammed.
They're still pretty mad at me too. So
they are.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even give me electricity, but
I would think after all this time, they would be forgiving. But no. No. Anyway,
power companies are famously lenient.
Utilities of all kinds.
That's right. Yep.
Fuck with our stuff. It's fine. We don't know.
Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. Your friends didn't really know what was going on. It's fine.
His heart was in the right place, so he's stealing it.
So you got
he was stealing it to feed his children.
Yeah. Feed him Jacob's ladders.
Transformers. You hook them up to this gigantic Jacob's ladder, 6 feet tall, and you did what? You just go throw a switch or hit a brake?
I hooked everything up. I just turned the breakers on.
Turn the breakers on. What happened at that moment?
Dave, you've done some electrical work in your time.
Sure have.
Can this amount of voltage, amperage that we're talking about here, would that go through a breaker?
Yeah.
Would it?
Probably. You'd want some kind of breaker. I mean, like, he said he had 400 amp breakers or whatever that he was tripping. Like,
I missed that. So he had, I guess I was going to say, would it go through your average household breaker?
No, probably not. But I mean, there's commercial and industrial breakers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Significantly higher.
I missed that.
Yeah.
I retract my objection. I missed where he was.
And those and you can just go to a store and buy
commercial ones. They're not regulated. No. It's like construction dynamite. You can just go get that too.
Now, if you're doing something he said he tapped in. He went directly to the grid and went. So he might have superseded that, like a grow up or whatever, where you just tap right to the power line and don't.
Right, and I feel like in those situations, maybe you don't always, not every safety.
Is implemented.
Exactly it. Yeah. All right, so
Trivia
You
time.
Ready to resume the trivia?
Question 3. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready, but it's going to be 7 seconds.
Because, Paul, this is where it gets real.
All right.
I don't actually remember what this is. Hey, Paul, in Idiocracy, who is the president of the USA 500 years in the future? Is it the frozen head of Macho Man Randy Savage? Is it Leopold Aliciousness Miller Time Nut Punch MacGyver? Is it Frederick Ramstein von Ass Kicker III? Or is it Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Herbert Camacho?
Oh, damn. I know which one it's not, but the other 3 all sound familiar. Like it could be it.
Could be it.
Also, I'm noticing that in the question about Idiocracy, you've misspelled the word 100, and I'm not sure if that's a meta joke of some sort.
Yep, that's what that is.
Yeah, it's a meta
Very
joke.
meta. We do a lot of meta
the
humor
chat
here.
seems to think it's the Mountain Dew.
It is Camacho.
I thought it might have been the ass kicker, Frederick
Mm.
Ramstein, but
delightfully portrayed by Terry Crews.
Terry Crews, that's right. Oh, look, we have a lot of Idiocracy fans in the house.
There we go.
Very good.
And some maybe Futurama fans.
Yeah, the head of thing was that's more of a Futurama thing. Obviously.
There's more of a Futurama bit.
Indeed.
I thought about doing just the head of Richard Nixon. Did you pause the trivia?
I'm letting it count down a little bit further.
Yeah, but you
got to balance.
I don't want to. I'm not throwing stones. I'm just saying.
That's right.
Look, Paul, we've all screwed up tonight, except for our wonderful fans.
Well, even in I feel like
they screwed up first of all by clicking on this stream.
Yeah, I feel like there's an argument to be made that maybe they could have
somewhere
made wiser choices with their lives, but
you're in toast to toast. You done fucked up. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Junior. You blew it.
That's right. No one tells stories about the times when they made all the good choices.
Or if they do, no one wants to listen.
Yeah, that doesn't come up at a party. No one's asked for that one.
Hey, cool. Let's all hear about, Sarah's perfect life again.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, got like a pretty good sized spark. Let's see. Unwittingly, dimmed the southern half of Stanbury.
Well, that was very unfortunate. The entire southern half of the town dimmed down.
Yeah.
Brown out. How far down do you think that you took the voltage? Did they ever tell you?
I'm just taking a guess, based on like the size basically on the size of the power grid I drained, probably down to anywhere from 80 to 90 volts.
If you do something like that, then Paul, I don't know about the breaker thing. I mean, it's possible this is an exaggeration. But if you're significantly draining a Civic power grid, probably you don't have an 800 amp breaker.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Unless anyone, if you remember all these details from last time, although we're getting some new details.
Yes.
Let me assure you, I don't know what it is, but something weird happens to his couch on the second go around.
Yeah. I've noticed a trend, Paul.
Yes.
That sometimes, and I don't think there's anything to be read into this, but sometimes when a guest is on Art Bell second or third or more times, the story, some additional details get remembered that are more extravagant, that probably the trauma of the initial incident, what with the disappearing screws and all, just forgot some of these things, and so you just later remember about a seal, deer, sheep that had a human face, and some of these things come up later. Yeah.
Well, I don't mean to pull out my credentials or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you're a professional skeptic,
but I live in a house with the world's foremost expert on psychology, as I understand it.
Okay, yeah. It's got to be.
She
I
has
feel like
multiple PhDs, as I recall,
nice. Yeah,
in the various psychoanalytic fields.
yeah. Various
And
psychophysical
and
realities and.
because I am proximate to all
Mhm.
that knowledge, I can tell you that
Yeah.
memory famously gets better the further away from the event.
Right. Yes.
The longer ago a thing was, the
Yeah.
better you remember it.
Yeah.
That's just that's just axiomatic, as it were, even almost.
Yeah. As the brain heals,
Yes, brain heals. That's right. Yeah.
right? It's rebuilding the neural
Hmm.
pathways, which are a thing that probably exist, and rebuilding those neural pathways that were damaged in the trauma. So it's it's not that stuff's being it's rediscovering, right? It's like reconnecting to bad sectors on a hard drive, and it's like,
That's
oh, but
right.
this guy has been there the whole
That's right.
time. The
Because
whole time, it's just you couldn't.
really,
Yeah,
we all have basically a video recorder in our brain.
yeah,
We just can't access it right, but it's always there.
yeah, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Famously, everything you ever see, hear,
that's right.
or taste or smell, like it's all perfectly encoded in the DNA of your brain. You just have to
That's
learn
right.
how to access it
In your DNA. That is correct. That is how I was
using
stored.
using crystals. Yeah.
And crystals and
Mhm.
I believe engrams.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
sometimes if you're really smart, you get mgrams.
Mhm. Mhm.
Uh and ONP grams, I believe. If you're
I mean, I'm no doctor, so I'll have to bow to, your
right.
significant
My
other's
proximity
extensive knowledge. Yes, to your proximity to an expert who
my
I'm sure would
proximity to
agree with everything we're
expertise.
saying here. Yes.
I mean, I'm no
It's
Joe Rogan.
neurochemicals. It's science. This is all
That's right.
science.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Research shows. Yeah. Just looking at the chat.
Oh no, I shouldn't look at the chat. No, that's
I'm just saying somebody is ordering a coffee table off of Amazon right now. Not saying somebody's getting their little wagon fixed, but maybe somebody's mouth wrote some checks their body can't cash.
Very bad.
Yeah.
Very bad. So this naturally got the attention of the authorities with a big portion of the town going down. And they, I guess, began to investigate. How'd they get on to you, by the way? How'd they catch you?
Basically, a friend of mine was like shooting birds with a BB gun, and he shot up in one of my next door neighbors' sliding glass door windows, and he was standing on my front porch when he did that. So that got him snooping.
So in other words, I
don't remember BB guns shooting from the last episode.
No, that's new. I mean, in a way, I actually do sort of believe that. It's like, wow, some dumbass shot the neighbor's window with a BB gun, and the cops came, and it's like, whoa, what the fuck's all this? Like, ah, shit. That is a detail that rings true to me.
Yeah. It is like I like when I'm doing work late at night. Sometimes I like to watch videos of people getting pulled over for stuff because I think it's just nice background stuff. Yeah. Anyway, there's definitely there's a theme of people who don't have their license their license plate renewed,
Right.
but also have drugs in the car.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, you know what? If you are a drug mule, keep that license plate sticker up to date.
You'd think so, right? Yeah. Like that's yes.
Yeah.
Uh
Yeah, or your tail light. Yeah, also similarly. It's just kind of like, you know what?
Just all the dumb shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were hauling $80,000 of China white across the border,
right?
Maybe make sure your insurance is up to date.
Yarp.
The cops came for that incident, and they saw in your backyard and saw this thing on your porch.
Well, he shot from the front porch. He didn't go in, but basically what happened was the guy that was shooting with the after that happened, a few hours later, I'm assuming the next door neighbor called the cops because she discovered holes in her window, and then
Joke's on you, people who think that my post office box will get a coffee table. Our postal workers are on strike, so
They're all on strike. I saw a story today. It was basically postal workers being like, I thought more people would notice. Or like there was some kind of poll that came out where people were like, oh, the postal workers on strike? I didn't know because so little. I mean, there's rural communities and certain businesses where it has a big effect, but for a lot of the world, it's like, oh yeah, now it means I'm getting a lot less flyers, so that's okay. Yeah. All my bills come by email, and all my goods are shipped on,
my super
various
mailbox
couriers.
will have slightly less junk in it at the end of the week.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. I'm mad because I ordered a bunch of books on Thrift Books, and they shipped them through UPS, and UPS's partner in Canada is Canada Post, so all my books are just
the very same thing. I recently ordered a couple of used books for myself as well, and the very same thing. Like used books are one thing I definitely get in the mail. So yeah. Super chat.
We got a super chat. Shall I read this, Paul?
You shall.
Brandon Runyon. Thank you, Brandon. My buddy and I went to a George Sakalos. Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is.
I don't.
Giorgio Sakalos. Anyways, meet and greet, and met George Norrie. He was super chill and down to earth, actually. I absolutely believe that. I believe fundamentally that George Norrie is probably a really nice guy and is probably really cool to talk to. Like, I would probably really enjoy having a beer with George Norrie. I just think that he is not very good at hosting this particular radio show, and it's really gone downhill since he took over. But that is that guy, the guy from Ancient Aliens. That's the. Is it not possible? Okay, yeah. That guy. So that would have been awesome. I would have loved to have been at all of that. But anyways, like I was saying, like I bet George Norrie, like I've never heard anything bad about him personally, or I don't think he's a bad person. It's the old adage, what separate the art and the artist, Paul?
Yes.
Yeah. But I stand by my claim that he is not a good host of Coast to Coast, or at least
he doesn't bring the same passion and direction for it. Yeah. All right. Plus he's the one in charge of sending. He personally sends all the copyright strikes our way. So
he personally. That would be a mark in his favor if I thought George Norrie personally is doing.
He's
this
so angry that people are celebrating Art Bell that he's sending us.
Thank you for the super chat, Brandon.
Thank you, Brandon.
And again, I don't want to sound like I'm personally disparaging George Norrie. I'm sure he's a wonderful person. I don't mean that in a condescending or small meaning way. It probably is a really great guy. It's like the same as the two times in life I've met in real life. Paul was there. Kevin Sorbo, was just incredibly polite and thoughtful and engaging and just really nice. One of the best interactions I've ever had at a comic con, a comic convention with a celebrity. Can't say I am much of a fan of his politics or personal beliefs or but my personal interactions with him, he was one of the nicest people I've ever talked to, and was very considerate and took the time to talk to me and Paul. We were running a booth at a comic convention and asked us about our product and our personal lives, and genuinely took an interest in what we were doing and us and people. So it's like,
I will say though, I was a theist. I was a theist at the time, so it's
a
little different.
But it never came up.
No, it didn't come
right.
up.
It was just a very.
But I would have been very much pro. I would have been very much pro his team.
I feel like even in your theater days, a lot of his politics and some things you would have been like,
oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know about that. Maybe even in your most theist days, there are things were like, well, okay, hey, let's all. We can all believe.
The other example for those who are playing your bingo along at home, the act Ahmed Best, who played Jar Jar, was probably he was among the kindest actors to me during my tenure there.
Yeah,
an incredibly deserving and pleasant person. His on-screen work in those films he did the best he could, but
I mean, it was the job. That was the job he
it
was
was the
paid to
job.
do.
It was the job.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways.
He said,
Did she blame it on your apparatus?
no, basically there were other ways.
Is that a euphemism?
It's all the weeping sores. She blamed it on his apparatus.
Sorry, lady, my apparatus is causing problems.
Lackluster. Yeah. Look.
This is saying this guy shot a BB gun off my front porch, so the cop came and asked for the BB gun. And I went and got it for him. And anyhow, basically the guy that shot the BB gun, he got in trouble for it. So basically, he blames me for getting in. I'm assuming he blamed me for getting in trouble. So what he did, he goes and tells the cops that, hey, he's got all these transformers and they're stolen. So.
Oh, it was a get even deal, huh?
Yeah.
So the cops.
I didn't know that at the time, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Now.
Oh, it was a double.
So this is hearsay.
It was a double narc situation.
Yeah, so he was going to go down for this window caper.
Yeah,
and he gave him a bigger fish. He turned informer. He's a rat, Paul.
Because, you definitely don't want to go in. If there's anything, the least popular person, you don't want to be a cop, and you don't want to be someone shooting BB guns at windows in prison. Those are the two things you don't want to be.
And you don't want to be like, I mean, if the truth had gotten out, you know what snitches get, Paul?
Snitches get stitches.
They get stitches. Which is a way of saying they get stabbed. People stab them.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Because of the snitching.
I never understood that. I thought it was a needlepoint reference. And it didn't make any sense to me. Now it's all coming together.
Yeah.
As is our trivia.
Yeah. But snitches get stabbed doesn't rhyme. So
oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
You know.
I was very proud of my segue there.
Like your dumb little 2-wheel electric bike. Hey, Paul, who rules the lands Ash is transported back in time to in Army of Darkness? Who's the ruler of the castle that Paul Ash gets sent to? Is it Mortis the Unliving? Is it Lord Arthur? Is it Henry the Red? Or is it Baron Mordo? Where's Vishanti when you need her?
It is definitely not.
She would be very excited about this question.
Yes. There are two that I know it is not. It is not an even number. But this is not Army of Darkness. You always like
two of those characters are from Army of Darkness. I'm being tricky again.
Let's go with rigor mortis.
Oh, Paul.
No. Oh, I was right. So I was right. It was an odd number. I had narrowed it down to the odd numbers. So
Henry the Red is the person that he has captured alongside. That is the person who lost the war. Lord Arthur is the actual ruler.
Only Scuzzbopper, it seems.
There you go. Good job, Scuzzbopper.
You know what, Dave? I think you've created more challenging, disparate scoring in this one than you've done in a long time. This is.
I actually gave 2 fucks on a.
That's right.
Show sponsored by Apathy, where on a weird night, so there's hardly anybody here. It just, this is going to be one of those lost episodes people are going to look up later on.
Dave, it's not about quantity of people here.
It's true.
The quality of the people here.
Yeah,
is unmatched.
It's tremendous. It's through the roof. I mean, there's nobody else on earth I would rather be spending a Saturday night with.
That's right. And Kip's not here, so that's even better.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's at the SBC, Dave. He's at the Society of Biblical what's Society of Biblical
whatever.
Anyway,
he's off somewhere with Dr. Josh pretending he speaks Hebrew. Nobody can.
The SBC is famously like it's 95% Christian people there. So he's there in his long weirdo beard and a toque and hanging out with people in suits.
Where is it? Do you know where's the conference at?
Where is it? It'll come to me as soon as I stop thinking about it because I
fair
did know where it was.
Fair enough.
I'll think of it.
It's still one of my secret goals in life is to have a beer with Kip at some point, because I think we would have a good time having a beer together.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the chat know where SBC is happening right now? Get that. I'm too lazy to look that up.
Well, so what do the cops do? Just come and knock on the door?
Okay. This was all happening. Okay.
Or did they stand outside with a bullhorn saying, "You're surrounded, Markham"?
Okay. Basically, the incident with the BB gun happened about.
It's not SBC. It's SBL. That's why it's Society of Biblical Literature. SBL. Sorry about. I was totally just getting that wrong.
If I remember right, about 2:00.
And I would love to go to SBL myself sometime. That would be very fun.
Well, there you go.
It was on a Sunday.
It's in San Diego, Paul.
San Diego.
San Diego.
The
They're
whale's
in the whale vagina. Jinx. Yeah. Which is a city I very much enjoy.
I know. It's the city I've spent the most time in. Of all the cities I've never lived, San Diego is the city I've spent most time in.
Is it? What about Edmonton?
Oh no, I've spent way more time in San Diego than Edmonton.
I guess.
Because I don't when I go to visit Edmonton, I go
Mm-hmm.
I watch a hockey game and I get out of Dodge.
But how many times over your 40 years have those single days add up? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. This is
but I've spent time in San Diego outside of, so I did 19 or so years of Comic-Con.
Yeah.
So like, and then I also spent multiple weeks there on other trips.
I guess. Yeah.
I think it's something like 24 weeks or something that I've been in San Diego.
Does Osler count?
Oh, I've never lived in Osler, so.
But that's what I'm saying. So maybe you've spent more time.
I don't visit Osler. Come on.
I used to.
The cop comes next for the BB gun about 6.
I walk around in San Francisco, which is people are asking, wait, where's Coward? It's not. Yeah, Paul used to live in San Francisco or just outside of San Francisco.
Yep.
They come in. They just walk right in with a search warrant. So.
Walk right in, huh?
Yeah.
The door was open. They just opened and came right in.
Yep.
Oh man! Surprise!
Yeah, I was basically
right down. Sorry.
No, Philly Skywalker Ranch is not in the city. No. Presidio, George, the proper Lucasfilm proper is now located in Presidio Park Presidio.
Yeah, that's in the city.
That's in the city, but
by
Skywalker Ranch is still not.
No.
It was pretty cold, so I was like sleeping right in front of the stove, and I wake up and I'm surrounded by 8 cops.
Eight cops.
A rude awakening.
So that was your undoing. Then you went to court, and you had to serve. You did serve your time, right?
Yeah.
Which was how long?
60 days.
2 months. No fun in the pokey. Was it miserable?
Actually, it wasn't too bad.
I noticed that he actually didn't pipe right in. Like Art was oh no, terrible time, and he was just kind of sitting there. Yeah, terrible, sure. It sounds like you had a good time in the pokey.
Yeah, in the pokey. Yeah.
No one was shooting BB guns at him.
You ever been arrested, Paul?
I've never been arrested.
Miss note. You're not.
I'm going to try and avoid that.
Everything about it's terrible. Yeah, don't do it. It's my advice.
Basically what happened was originally I was going to keep this whole thing like a secret just for me and a couple of friends.
Of course.
And after I was arrested, I was pretty sure I was going to go to prison. So what I said was I was going to go ahead and because at the time I thought they had some sort of like time machine apparatus or whatever, and I went and said, well, maybe if I go ahead and tell these guys I'm making a time machine, they'll think I'm crazy and stick me in the loony bin instead. So I went ahead and told them that. And
am I the only guy in this chat that's constantly thinking of Boomhauer whenever this guy's talking?
I am now.
Going to dangle time machine, in the prison. I don't know. Electric transformer.
Clearly, this guy hasn't hasn't mastered time travel yet. Apparently,
No.
we'll eventually, hopefully, we'll get to the new stuff where he's sending maybe other hardware. Maybe maybe he can send wrenches now through at the time. I don't know, but
I mean, spoiler alert.
But clearly he doesn't figured out how to send himself back to not get caught. Although maybe if he changed that, then he wouldn't become the time traveler he is. So maybe, it's all part of our
So
trauma makes us who we are, Dave.
At the risk of derailing this conversation,
yes,
Paul, I want you to weigh in on this etymological debate I'm having with Mark Fernkoff. Debate's too strong a word. Mark posits that the phrase "get out of Dodge" is a Kansas expression, specifically. Dodge City being a.
Yep.
Now that's a phrase I've heard that my whole life, but maybe I'm an exception. Have you heard that phrase?
We would have learned "get out of Dodge" from things like Lone Ranger.
Oh yeah, like movies and TV and stuff. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. And I watched a lot of westerns as a kid, so it came in. But still, it's like I can use that phrase in day-to-day life, and it's never like people aren't like, "What does that mean?" or "What are you talking about?" Or maybe I'm weird. Maybe people don't get it, and they're just like super polite.
Well, no, I've heard it all my life for sure, and I, unlike you, I didn't grow up watching westerns or like that wasn't in, but that phrase had entered the vernacular.
Yeah, but probably you're right, through like westerns and media, and it's just become.
I would agree. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
They end
70s. That's a good formula. Get out of Dodge. Yep. Yeah.
Basically, the sheriff gets his word of it. He tells the Albany newspapers, and the Albany newspaper puts it on AP wires, and before you know it, everybody knows.
Yeah. That's probably when we got in touch with you about then. Huh?
Yeah.
And we don't know that it was not a time machine. I mean, you don't know where that screw went, do you?
No. That's the first theory.
Good enough for me, Dave. We don't know that it wasn't a time machine. I don't know that it wasn't a time machine. We don't know where the screw went. So the most logical, it's
Art. I don't even think Art is pushing it that far. He's just saying we can't rule out.
Yeah, that it was a time machine.
That a time machine took it. Just as we can't rule out that, Bigfoot came and got it.
Speaking of time travel.
Yes.
And time machines and time travel movie trivia. So I recently, like within the last week, watched Primer again.
Great.
I really forgot how bad the sound is in that movie. Like there's huge chunks where I'm like, if I didn't already know what was going on, I assume because I carefully watched this movie where it's like, I can't understand a fucking word these guys are saying because the sound is so bad. There's big chunks of audio where it's just like, they're clearly just using the camera that's on the mic that's on the camera.
Oh no.
Right.
Yeah.
They have their digital camera, because I remember it was the old we've even used that. They had the same model camera that filmed on those digital tapes.
What are they called? The Red? Oh, no,
something
no,
like
that was that was before that. You're right.
Before that.
It was on the
the one, and there was those,
I know
those
it was
video tapes. It was like a very much a thing for a while.
Yeah, the digital tape. Yeah.
When digital was just new, and it was like you can have sort of professional grade cameras for single digit thousands of dollars, not
right
$60,000, right? So it was a huge jump up, but turns out mics are still like sound quality you kind of can't cheap out on, right? Like there's no digital substitute for just having a good mic or doing good ADR after.
Right. And that is the traditional YouTube advice. It's like, well, the first thing you should spend money on is a microphone.
Yeah. That it's kind of like a speaker, right? Where it's like, there's only so much you can get out of a 2-inch speaker. Doesn't matter what you do, how good it is. There's a point where physics just comes into play, and it's like the sound waves, like you just can't do this kind of thing with this speaker. Anyways, I was watching with a friend who'd never seen it before.
Mm.
And we had to constantly keep pausing and me explain to him, and it's like he's like, what is happening? What are they saying? And it's like, yeah, okay, so the blah blah blah, this is happening, and I'm like, but I'm even watching it with him. Like, I know what's happening. I'm like, I have no idea what these people are talking about. Like, it really shocked me how bad the sound in this movie is, and I feel like, there you go. Anyways, I had better memories of it than it actually was.
The other one that I always pair with that is the movie Time Lapse.
Mm.
You
Mm-hmm.
remember that one?
I do not. I don't remember Time Lapse.
The one that
Is that the Spanish one?
no, it's the one that takes pictures every 24 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that there was two, like, super low budget but very high concept
Yes.
time travel movies that came out that year. Primer got more attention, but they were both good.
They were both good. And like, and as JB, like, Primer does make, and Primer still holds up in that it's like, it's such a well thought out time travel movie, and like the actual consequences, like the logical consequences, like what would real people do in these situations with this technology. They set up within the first 20 minutes movie, they set up the rules of time travel in the movie, and then follow them through their logical conclusions, and it's good. But it's still just, there's parts where you're just like, I don't know what, and going through again and again, it was like, it was a very amateur movie and things, but it's like, wow, there's a bunch of, like, you could have cut a bunch of this out, you could have added some other stuff up, and just like, this is probably would have one of those movies where it's like, actually having a real studio involved probably would have
been
significantly. Yeah, in some ways. Anyways, still highly recommend Primer.
Jay Victor is kind of on the side of fortunately the plot of Primer is so straightforward that you barely need any audio at all to understand what's going on.
Yes,
that seems like a bit of a slam there, but all good. And Mark Fernkoff writes, happy Doctor Who Day, everyone. 61 years, 884 episodes, and counting.
I've tried, God help me, as a lifelong, since I was a small child, Doctor Who fan, I have tried to watch modern Doctor Who, and I cannot. I hate it. I hate so much of it. It's just terrible.
Yeah. So there's been like 8 episodes with Shooty so far, something like that.
Yeah.
One is great.
Yeah.
And the rest are garbage.
Yeah. Again, it's not his fault.
No.
None of this is his fault.
Nope.
I had no slam on him.
Yeah.
It was the same with Jodie Whittaker, where it's like, none of this is her fault.
Nope.
Even Peter Capaldi, who's one of my favorite actors just in general, his run, it was like, this is all garbage. This is terrible. And it's not his fault. Like, I like the way you're playing the Doctor and what you're doing, but the writing is just bad. Just bad.
Agree, sadly. All right.
Modern Doctor Who for me is a kind of halfway through Matt Smith is where it really starts falling off the cliff. Anyways. We've talked about it previously. This is not Baimon Sci-Fi Con.
This is not Baimon Sci-Fi Con.
Art Bell. Let's get to more Madman.
Although I think now that we've taken the break, I feel like let's jump over to trivia.
Let's do it. You know what, Paul? The trivia clock hasn't struck yet, but I'm going to tell you a secret. There are no rules.
There's
no rules. You and I can do whatever we want. The system of the trivia timer, Paul, that's an illusion.
It's right. It's the man.
It's the man. Hey, Paul, when Kung Fury is hacked back in time in an attempt to kill Hitler, where does he end up? Does he end up in the fall of Rome, where Hitler is killing Caesar? Does he end up in the Viking Age, which explains the laser raptors? Does he end up in Last Tuesday, where nunchucks were on sale half off? Or is Kung Fury sent to the distant future, where the Kung Fuhrer has conquered all?
I fear, Dave, that not a lot of people in our audience have seen Kung Fury.
Which is a damn shame.
It is a damn shame. Remember when we met the guy from
you
were there, right? When we met the
yeah. Really, him and Hackerman.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep. And I got a picture with him. Yeah, not a lot of numbers showing up there. I feel like people have not watched a lot of Kung Fury. Everybody, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube
It's
for
on
free.
YouTube. Go watch it when this is
Just
done.
Google Kung Fury and go watch
Oh
it.
yeah, how do you guys Laser Raptors? It was the
The
delicious
Viking Age of Laser Raptor. It's fucking fantastic. Everybody should watch Kung Fury. Yeah, it's a half hour. It's on YouTube. These guys did this short film. It's great. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Better than Primer.
Better than Primer. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if it's better than Primer, but
Kung Fury is a pun from the movie. Yeah,
that's right.
Because he is fighting Hitler, who is the Kung Fuhrer. Yeah.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
They're making a Karate Kid movie with Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio, Dave.
Okay. Who will Ralph Macchio be playing in this movie?
He'll be
I
playing.
assume he won't be the Karate Kid.
Well, no, he'll be playing Daniel LaRusso.
Yeah. Is it like based off the Cobra Kai TV show in some way? Or?
No, I think it's in the same universe as that.
Okay. So he's like older version, but there's a younger Karate Kid, and I assume Jackie Chan is training this Karate Kid.
But it crosses over with the one with Jaden Smith.
I mean, I'm okay with this. Like,
yeah,
I'm not.
It's just weird. It's like
it's the way
we have a Karate Kid multiverse going now. It's
I'm basically a fan of Jackie Chan, so anything that gets more.
It's
Jackie
true, like
Chan
because he's
TV,
not getting a lot of
I'm
offers
okay.
these days.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Did you ever see that movie he did with Pierce Brosnan, where the IRA and frick, I can't remember what it was called. It was really good. And Pierce Brosnan's like this member of parliament, but had ties to the IRA. And Jackie Chan's like a former Chinese security official, and like so it's like his grandson or somebody, I can't remember the details, gets killed like an IRA bombing, and he comes and he's like doing all of it's kind of like he goes on.
This
like
sounds
this crazy
vaguely familiar,
mission.
but I'm not. It's not coming to me.
Somebody in chat will know it is. It's a good movie. It is a genuinely good movie. I mean, Pierce Brosnan's great. Jackie Chan's great, right? And it's it's there you go.
And someone had a question in chat that I missed. Oh yes, Mel Gibson is still attempting to get his sequel to Passion of the Christ made. Indeed, that is a thing that is still.
What do you, out of curiosity?
Yes.
What do you do in a sequel to the Passion of the Christ?
Oh, so he literally is.
Is it just the early church, or
it's the Catholic? No, it's the Catholic notion that the 3 days where he was.
Oh, okay. So they're doing the full so now Christ is in hell fighting the devil or something.
Yeah, fighting vampires or whatever he's doing in hell.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I mean, I actually want to see that movie. That's
yeah.
It's like that. I sent you the clip, that old Kung Fu liquid.
That's right.
The Jesus punches. I'm still trying to find a good quality version of that movie, but I have never found one.
I do want to use that sometime.
Mm-hmm.
I need to jump off screen for a minute, Dave. You wanted me to put art on and let's plow
through
some of it?
Throw art on.
Yeah.
I'll interact with the chat.
Pops in my head, and that's the only thing I can really think of.
Mm-hmm. Now, the larger model, how many times did you get a chance to experiment with the big mama before they got you?
Actually, I didn't even get to try it once, because with my original one, my laser basically caught fire.
Oh, that's right. Now tell everybody, where does the laser come into this?
Originally, I was making a real fancy Jacob's ladder, like most people have their strobe lights and lava lamps. Well, I have other, like Tesla coils, Jacob's ladders, and stuff like that.
Right.
Basically, I was making I was trying to make like a Jacob's ladder that had like a perfect arc, like it reached the top every time.
Yeah.
Before it started arcing at the bottom again, but anyhow, I was like trying to adjust it, and if I just move it like a fraction of a millimeter, the spark would either stick to the bottom or it wouldn't arc.
So you mean moving the probes or the poles from each other?
The electrodes.
Back and forth electrodes, yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, I decided to use the heat from a laser to basically get the spark going.
Oh, to ignite the spark.
Yeah.
The heat from the laser providing...
basically it lowers the resistance to the air.
And provides a path.
Yeah.
Okay. Check. So you were in the middle of all this, and you were getting ready for the. How close were you to the great, grand, big experiment?
Well, I set up the. Unfortunately, I only got to hook up one transformer. Because when you hook those things backwards, they're not very efficient.
No, and of course you load down the local system incredibly.
Yeah, and if I'd hooked up all six, I would probably overload the one on the pole.
Maybe blown it up.
Yeah.
So, I'm curious, and I always have been curious, and I don't think I asked you this last time, but had you gotten the big one hooked up?
I got the Jacob's ladder section done.
No, wait, hear my question. Had you actually finished it and got it working, with the spark going all the way evenly to the top, what would you have done?
With the big model?
Yeah.
After I built the laser and see if it worked, I was saying, hey, this is cool. I probably got it, and basically rebuild my laser better to where it wouldn't catch fire. Heck, I'd probably get it on tape and go from there.
I know, but what I mean is you threw a screw through the little model.
Yeah.
So what would you have done with the big model?
If I got the same results, basically I was just seeing, basically I was going to see which did it do, if it was send it into.
I know, you should throw a sheep through.
Yeah. So there's been a lot.
I heard most of that.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So he had lasers to somehow smooth out the path.
Right, yeah. So there's truth to that. A laser will ionize atmosphere and make it so that light, it's kind of like how you can, or when there's a lightning strike, the first little strike is actually up to down and then down to up.
Yep.
If you shine a laser through air, it will ionize the article, and then that will give the electricity will fall. It's the path of least resistance at that point, so electricity will then follow those ionized air molecules. So it is a way to that is accurate. That is a way you can, if you want to have a spark between two things, shine a laser, and that will make the electricity more likely to follow that path between these points, right? Because the whole thing with electricity is you want to give it the path least resistance. That's how, and then once it's there, then it's there, and it'll do its thing. So that what he's saying is okay, well, there is actual, that checks out. That is a way. I mean, you shouldn't, if you have a Jacob's ladder built right, you shouldn't have to use a laser to kickstart it, but whatever. There's a whole, I don't know why I'm trying to, in my head, I'm trying to figure out what he was talking about is well, I'm running transformers in reverse to, so it's, and you can do transformers in either way because they're voltage converters.
I took from that what he was essentially.
Yeah.
I thought the more important part was that he didn't have proper connections to fully utilize the power that he had. That he was losing a lot, probably without whatever cables he had.
I imagine so. Yes, and I mean, yeah. All of this, everything he's doing, and just fucking around with Jacob's ladder, they're just huge energy sinks.
Yeah,
it's kind of like a Tesla coil or whatever. It's like a bunch of energy goes in, and you get nothing out of it.
The future farther, or if it would.
Who went? What?
Somebody's talking about Mel's Hole and Outer Range. Do you watch?
I did watch. With the Josh Brolin. I did see the whole thing. Yep.
What do you think of the second season?
Not as good as the first.
Yeah.
As always, the more with things like this, the more you define,
yes,
the less special it becomes.
Yeah.
Sort of like the Force in Star Wars. Once they started, well, here's how it works, and here's how lightsabers works and the stuff. Sorry to use Star Wars as an example, but it's a good example. Like, well, you've made this all less special now by explaining it.
Yes.
Yeah. I felt like season 2, although I did like the subplot where the sheriff ends up stuck in time. I thought that was actually quite interesting.
Is it? It's yes,
Yeah, but
you're not wrong. The more you explain it,
yeah,
the worse. But still, you want to have that. Like Dark did a really good job. I thought like have
yeah,
rules,
right, yep,
stick to the rules. That's one
yep,
of the the cardinal things with time stories. Whatever rules you establish, it can be whatever, but whatever rules you establish, you got to stick to them. That the audience has something to grab onto.
right.
But
But Dark didn't ever let us know exactly how all those
no,
mechanics work.
how is this happening?
Yeah.
We don't know. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
You go in the hole and you come out the other side. That's what happens.
Yeah.
That's just, yeah.
Like, make the...
Well, I mean, what would you have thrown through? A screw first?
Yeah, just a bigger one.
And then maybe a cat? And then you get the
screw.
idea. We'll be back. Madman Markham is here. All right, now, back to...
We're getting the clippy sound, so I'm going to fix the clippy
While you're
sounds.
fixing that, I'm going to advocate your fans, watchers of your channel, Paul, want to know, demand to know, why is there not a Toast to Toast channel on your Discord server? And I have no answers to give them. I have no,
It's been
this is out of my hands, I have to say.
It has been a hot moment since is that a phrase? Hot
Since
moment?
you looked at that Discord server.
since I've been on my own Discord server, I'm
Well, you probably don't want to admit that.
And no, they know. they know. It's not from you know what? I'm gonna put this to my good friends at Apathy.
Yeah. Now, as somebody who has in fact run Discord servers in the past for various reasons, various fetish communities.
Yep.
I do know that setting up a new channel on a Discord server can take upwards of 5 or 6 clicks.
That's correct.
So I can understand. I mean, you're a busy man. You got a lot of things going on.
I can't be opening and closing jars, Steve.
All kinds of jars. A lot of wheels in the old duder's head. A lot of moving information. Yeah.
If there's a right click involved.
Cleaning who knows how many spoons.
That's right. Who knows?
If anybody in chat,
we'll be back.
I'll be very happy.
Madman Markham is here. All right, now back to Madman. By the way, Madman, I'm curious. Since we did that program, and I started calling you very affectionately Madman Markham, did that stick? Do people call you that?
Well, everybody that called me did.
I want to make sure.
Well, it's
around here calls me that though.
That's good.
Right?
Art's making fetch happen, as it were. Yep.
Yeah, he's bringing it back.
He's bringing it back.
I mean, probably not your face.
You were more of a Seinfeld fan than I was. What was the nickname Costanza kept trying to give him?
So,
was it a
he tried
nickname?
to force it? Was he? Because everyone had like a nickname around the table, and he wanted this.
Don't. Let me know in the chat. I don't remember exactly. I'm right now. I'm just there. What keeps popping in was where they started talking about himself in third person, where George is getting upset, but that's not what.
That's not the one. Yeah,
that's not the one.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Oh no, T-Bone. He wanted to get.
Yes. He wanted people called T-Bone.
He wanted to be called T-Bone.
Yeah.
So he arranged in the middle of a meeting, get himself a T-bone steak delivered. And then someone else asked for someone else just mentioned that they like T-bone steaks. Oh, we'll call that guy T-bone, or you get to be whatever George's name was. Yep, that's how that went. All right.
Anyway, you never did get to do the big one you would like to have. And as I said, I'm sure you would have thrown something through it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then at what point would you have thrown a biological entity through it? Let's just say that your experiment worked and the screw disappeared. That's what I do. I throw a screw through first, I think.
Yeah.
Then I would...
I think where we all can see where this is going, Paul. Given the restrictions of 90s AM radio, just trying to ask... Did you stick your penis in the time machine? And what happened when you did? When you stuck your penis in the time machine, let's all be honest. What happened? What historical figure gave you a blowjob? That's what Art wants to know.
So, so
He's
Dave, what you're
inquiring.
saying is, if you see a Rick and Morty style portal open up, and
Yep.
you stepped out of the shower,
Yep.
you're gonna probe that thing
I mean,
before you put your hand through, before you put your face in.
joke's on you. This goes to Pangea. It's bad things are about to happen.
And you're just hoping that something good is a result.
Mm-hmm. This is the age of discovery. This is the like you jump in. What's on the other side of Magellan Strait?
You don't jump in. You more like thrust in.
Well, metaphorically speaking.
All right.
Science.
Science.
Throw maybe something bigger like a hammer through. Well, I don't know about a hammer, but something bigger.
Yeah.
You see hammer, man.
And then at some point, you would have to put a.
So I watched Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog.
Okay.
With somebody who'd never seen it before, like 2 months ago.
Lovely
And they were
day.
like, "This is amazing. Why haven't I ever seen that?" I'm like, it was a thing of its time, but it still holds up. It's still so good. It's so good. Yep.
And with my freeze ray, I will stop.
I could sing along with all of it. It was,
It's not a death ray.
Or an ice ray. That's
all
Johnny Snow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nathan Fillion, Neil Patrick Harris, Felicia Day. So good. Yeah.
We'll have to. We'll have our own sing along on when we start when we launch the Bimon Sci-Fi Con.
The comment at the very end was, "Wait, that's the end." Yeah, that's the end. Yeah.
Bum 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 bum.
Yeah. Hey, Paul.
Hi, Dave.
What time you reckon it is?
Well, I would say it's trivia time.
Holy snap! I think you're right. I think it is trivia time. What?
What?
Well,
we're on our A game today, Dave.
Yeah. That means it's time for another rum and coke.
Well, yeah, that it is. That
it is.
Well, while you're reading questions, I'm going to be starting to.
Yeah. We still got this Kung Fury that I'm embarrassed that nobody got.
I got it.
You got it.
That doesn't help.
Hey, Paul.
Yes.
DeLoreans aren't just for time machines.
You
can actually drive them on roads, Paul. During what short period was that iconic car, I misspelled together, actually made and sold? Was the DeLorean made from 1988 to 89, from 1986 to 87, from 1981 to 82, or from 1977 to 78?
Well, I'm deducing. I don't know, but I know when the movie featuring it came out, so it has to be before the movie that features it.
Fun fact, I believe John DeLorean, the guy who started it, got caught up in a sting operation funding drug mules.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm going with number 3 here because I don't think it was in the 70s.
You are correct, Paul. It was 1981 to 1982 were the only 2 years.
1984 is the
DeLorean Motor Company
is when
actually
the movie came out.
Produced vehicles that you could buy. And then went out of business.
Shannon and I yesterday watched the delightful documentary on Disney Plus.
They were horribly shitty cars, by the way.
Called Music by John Williams.
Ooh. I bet that's
a
probably
delightful documentary. But I realized that was my first non-John Williams soundtrack that I bought. I think it was the Rob Zemeckis. Back to the Future.
I'm trying. The first sound. Ooh, boy. I don't know if the first movie soundtrack, like actual physical album I bought, was the Star Wars one. It might have been 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Right, but you're right. Yeah, that was not John Williams. No.
That was not John Williams. But I honestly don't remember which one I got first. Most of them would be John Williams. It'd be Indiana Jones or Star Wars.
I know my first one was A New Hope. Was the double album,
Yeah.
first release of on vinyl, of course, because that's the only way we had.
So completely unrelated, fun fact, but sort of. I somehow got onto laser discs at work this week and talking about laser discs with people, and went on a bit of a Google rabbit hole. I was shocked to find out how old laser discs are, like how old the technology is.
Right. So, but there was video disc before laser disc.
Yeah.
So, if you count all the way back to video disc, it's pretty old.
I don't know where they, it was kind of the underlying technology and how old it went. It was the 70s.
Video disc would have been like 78, 79, something like that.
It was like 77.
Yeah.
Something like that. So that's probably what they were. Yeah.
But they updated it to laser disc.
Right.
In the, I want to say early 90s. No.
I would say 80s.
Late 80s. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when they could read.
Even the video disc in the 70s was still like the same. The foundation of the technology was the same, with laser shining on the disc. That idea of it, like
it was
laser and the disc and the digital technology.
The big difference was they could start reading different depths, so they could actually have multiple tracks.
Yeah, with the lasers that could focus on multiple depths. I remember reading. Yes, yeah. But I would not have guessed that the laser reading technology went that far back, but it did.
All right.
Back to art.
Biological entity through it. Right?
Yeah.
What would have been your choice?
Probably something like some sort of insect, whatever, cat, bug, like a cockroach, grasshopper, something like that.
Something like that. Low on the level.
Yeah.
And then slowly edge your way up.
Yeah.
And then eventually, I suppose, if all of these creatures seem to survive, well, what if they didn't come back?
I don't know. I'd be probably thinking, well, maybe, because I think with my small version, I think what I did was I sent it like roughly half a second in the future, and then I caught up with it. That's why that's why I'm thinking, and that's the reason it reappeared on the table. Now, if they don't ever reappear, I'd be thinking, well, it either went like really far ahead, and I'd be waiting forever to catch up with it, or heck, it could have been vaporized. Heck, it might have appeared in another universe or something. Heck, I don't know.
Yeah, these would be the questions, all right.
Yeah.
And so you would then have to ask yourself, back then, everybody...
I didn't realize that he caught up. Well, I mean, it's a problem either way, of course. It's the classic, if you send something forward in time 1 second, it's not going to be in the same room if it goes to the same space.
I mean, yeah. So like, forget to get it.
Yeah, I just realized it's that classic problem where, he's just, if you're going to catch up to it, that screw's going to end up maybe in someone else's head.
But if the screw then, so like, okay, you have this gate, this Jacob's ladder you've made.
Yeah.
So if the screw then emerges from the same Jacob's ladder field in the future, it does not matter where the relative position of the Earth is in relation to the universe. This is the whole thing about time travel.
I would grant that for the sake of discussion. What I don't grant is that it's on the coffee table. It's either got to be in the field.
Yeah. Or 100 kilometers away.
Right. The coffee table is where it's like, well, how does that work?
But I mean, I'm devil's advocate.
Okay.
I don't know in this room, where's the coffee table? Where, like, is it 5 feet away? Did he just throw the screw and it just landed on the coffee table a second in the future? And there,
Okay.
Is the coffee table on the other side of this field?
I'll give you that. So Right, because the field is in flux,
Oh.
so it got
We don't have a
thrown.
layout of the room, so we can't say
And
in
also,
your head
actually,
you're imagining the coffee table is behind him, but
right,
maybe it's
and
not.
also because he threw the screw in,
Yeah.
it actually would have had momentum,
Yep. There's inertia. There's momentum.
and we
There's
don't
energy. Yeah.
know, is the angle, so when you're time traveling, is the angle of reflection the same as the angle of refraction, kind of a
Who knows?
situation?
Who knows how it works and
Right.
what is that angle based on? And
Right.
like, there's all
So
kinds of.
okay.
So
So you know what? I'm
we're gonna need a lot
gonna
more screws and a lot more coffee tables. That's what we're saying. This research has to be done. We need to
Your Honor, I'm gonna withdraw that objection.
draw
I'm
my
gonna let it
objection. There we
stand.
go. Yeah. Everyone in chat paying attention? I win.
I'm definitely not just placating you, for sure.
Doesn't matter. Default still counts.
Who was listening, me included, figured that you were going to walk through it. Now, after we did the program with you, it's like your phone was disconnected after a while. Nobody had heard from you. People were calling me and saying, what happened to Madman? And we could only speculate. We thought you might have built your machine and walked through. Obviously not.
No.
Yet.
Never got to that point.
Yet. Now, you are once again, you said there are new developments. You have...
basically, I've improved it since then.
You improved it.
Yeah. Now, instead of lasers, I use like a revolving magnetic field. See, basically, I figured out what I did. It's basically a vortex of electrical energy.
Now, you're going to use, wait a minute, a revolving magnetic field?
Yeah, basically it's a circle of electromagnets. Basically 24 around. It's 7 circles stacked one on top of the other. In each circle, there's 24 electromagnets.
Wow! Really?
Yeah.
And you power...
Holy shit! 24 electromagnets. You must be like some kind of magnet factory or something. Wow.
People have tried gluing magnets together before. That doesn't always work out, but
it always works out.
This one's getting a little bit more complicated.
Oh no, this is really cool. Now you did you wind these yourself?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
And how much voltage do you intend to apply to the individual magnets?
Well, basically, I've been using 5,000 volts DC.
5,000 volts.
Yeah. Basically, I need like the strongest basically, I need the strongest magnetic field I can get.
I've got you. I've got you. You
if
can't
you got high voltage, you won't need much current then. So.
Yeah. Yeah. And you say this is going to be revolving. Now, by that, do you mean an actual mechanical revolving, or do you mean an
basically, now it's getting tough to explain. I wish I had a fax machine, I'd tell you. But
well, no, that's right. Will it be an electrical? In other words, do you move?
if only he had a fax machine.
If only. But
this could all have been so much easier.
Yeah, there is no way. There's no way.
The field by alternately.
Basically, it's kind of like like the distributor cap in a car. It's similar to that.
Okay.
Basically, in each circle, all of them are energized except for maybe 1 or 2 of them. I'm going to set it up to where there's 4 different configurations.
All right, so you now you really may be making it.
Yes.
I am not a electrical engineer or a physicist or anything like that. So by all means, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. But my rudimentary, Paul, my layman understanding is that it is not voltage that affects the strength of an electromagnet. It's electromagnet. It is current. It's basically amperage. How much current that flows around. Windings make a difference, yes. And then how much current that goes through. The more current, the stronger the electromagnet is. Like voltage
that reflects. If you'd have asked me I would have said amps is what matters. If you'd have asked me.
Yeah, it's the amperage. It's
Yeah.
not the voltage that affects the strength of an electromagnet. You
I
don't
don't I
actually
don't
need
I
that
don't
much
live with an
voltage.
electromagnetic expert, so I'm limited to
Just
various insights on psychology.
just somebody with several PhDs in psychology,
Correct, yeah.
neurochemistry.
Mhm.
Matthew says correct in chat, so I assume
We can just apply that to whatever we feel like being correct about.
Yeah, so it's not voltage that
Yeah,
affects the strength of a magnet. It is current. It's the amperage. Yes.
it's not the years, it's the miles.
Yes, it's literally it's essentially like it's the number of electrons, not the voltage, the pressure, the force of the electrons, the whatever. Yes. Okay. Anyways, moving on.
Moving on.
Time machine. Now, this is pretty cool. Have you got that part of
Lewis brings an excellent point, Paul, but not if you're magnetizing time. And you know what? Absolutely right, Lewis. Here I am trying to be old smart electrical guy. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't know shit from apple butter when it comes to electromagnetizing time. So, I got to stand back and bow to the expert. Yep. Not
built?
fair. Not fair.
The electromagnets? Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we've got to get to the power question because probably your arresting officer is listening. Okay?
Yeah, hot power.
And he needs to know
You
how you're going to get your power. Because he'll leave you alone once he hears.
Well, lucky for me, I got basically a real cheap generator. This guy more or less almost gave it to me.
They almost gave it. Somebody gave it to you.
Well,
Almost.
he sold it to me like for $300. So.
How big a generator?
15 kilowatt.
Oh, that's a big generator.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
That's a big generator.
And you get
For $300, that's a deal.
That's a hell of a deal, even in 1996 or whatever year this was. That's a.
I'll take one. We got a hurricane season here. I would like one of those.
Yeah. Do you have a generator, Paul?
I do.
Good for you. I live in a place where we have gas laid in, so
yes,
we don't need to worry about that.
No, we do not.
But I also work in IT, where there are multiple places I work with or in have actual physical backup generators. Some of them very large for large data centers to kick in in case the power, batteries to carry over, and then generators to kick in after. Yeah.
Much like when I buy a thing, that means that as a precaution, that guarantees that thing will not happen.
Yeah.
So I got a snowblower that one year, and then
but in a way,
after that.
But in a way, Paul, then is that not a cheap?
Oh, it's worth it if you'd have just said. But I'm buying. I have bought a hurricane prevention machine,
and no hurricane will ever come.
That's right.
Yeah. That's better than having to renew that every year.
Absolutely. Who wants to use a generator when you can just neutralize hurricanes?
I mean, we could play Risk. It'd be fine.
What, 440 primary out of that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, transformers. You need to get the voltage high, right?
This is now this Paul and I are talking to each other, and the rest of you are just whatever. I was at a trivia night at a bar this week, and one of the questions was, every Risk player knows this Asian province controls access to North America and is key to success in the game. And I'm like, I know that's
we're talking about Kamchatka.
We're talking about Kamchatka right there, and it's like, every Risk player does know that is one of
the.
Alaska has never been involved in as many wars in real life.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I've got that made too.
You do?
Yeah. Basically,
did you watch the Fallout TV series?
Yes.
And I assume enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it. And even though I am not familiar with the game at all.
So in the game, the war between China and the US, which is the nuclear war that kicks off the Fallout universe, right? Because it's a post-nuclear war world. Takes place in Alaska. It was China invaded Alaska. There is a war in Alaska
Oh, okay.
between China and the U.S. Yeah, and it's all they'll it's very 50s vibes. The retro, so they talk about in the game, if you're not really like, hey, we're fighting the commies and going, it's very McCarthy era and stuff. But because the war happened, they're talking about this, but they're talking about no, it was the U.S. fighting the communist armies of China that were invading Alaska in it's like 2060 or something is when the war happens and followed. I can't remember exactly. It's
I say
yeah.
like real life, we're still on track for that. It seems like
Mhm.
that's about right.
Yeah, we definitely are. Although the world that we have is very different from the world of Fallout.
Mm.
It's an interesting idea. The in the world of Fallout, the transistor is never invented.
Oh,
So computer technology is still based on vacuum, like it's very lag behind, but their nuclear technology, like they invent basically hand carrying nuclear batteries. So like cars are nuclear powered, everything's nuclear powered. They're very into nuclear power, and their idea is their nuclear powered technology is far in advance of what we have, but the computer technology is far lagging behind, and that's kind of the core concept through the game. So it, in some ways, society like electronically never advances beyond sort of the 50s, 60s, whatever. I'm not going to get into a whole Fallout conversation.
it
That was a good show. Everyone should watch it.
was a good show. I enjoyed it
Mhm.
immensely.
But yes,
More than I thought I would, for sure.
because it was just good, and I'm
I
looking
have
forward to
not
seeing
yet watched Dune Prophecy.
Neither have I, and I'm
But it's
nervous
my
to.
understanding that there's a hint of the war, the AI war, and
The
I'm kind of actually
Butlerian Jihad.
yes, and I'm actually
What?
I'm excited for that to be included because I feel like the Vinny Dillon of two movies don't adequately explain that they don't have computation.
Right.
So I'm excited for that to be part of the broader
I mean,
lore.
I hope they explained it, but if like, I mean, that even whatever the year of that show is, and I have no idea when it's supposed to be set, but
10,000 years before Paul Atreides is born.
that's still long after the
Yeah,
if the
it's
sisterhood
not.
exists, it's after it happened.
Yes, but they give you that flash. I'm
Right.
told. I've
It's still
not seen it.
recent enough that they're like, this is why.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know, and you and I haven't watched it, so we're just spitballing. Because the idea, so the Butlerian Jihad in the original Frank Herbert Dune novels versus the Kevin J. Anderson abominations,
Mm-hmm.
which are a very Skynet versus people. So in the original Dune novels, the whole idea is very much it wasn't people, it wasn't that AI rebelled and rose up and tried to wipe out humanity. It was that this is killing us because nobody has to think anymore. Nobody has to do anything. Human creativity and evolution and ingenuity is completely neutered and stifled because we all just sit around getting fatter
Right.
while
It's
it's a very
Wally.
Wally, yeah,
Yeah.
right? Like we have let robots and AI just live, do everything for us. And the idea of the Butlerian Judge, like this is ruining it for us. So we have to destroy all thinking machines so that humanity has to struggle and fight and evolve and become better.
I'm guessing. I don't
Which is
know. I have no inside knowledge.
The Kevin D. Anderson novels, which again,
Yeah, and
terrible,
I'm guessing
are very much
it's
we're
my
literally
understanding that
fighting machines. Yeah.
this series doesn't borrow from the new novels. Great.
No, it's
But given the way AI is perceived in current culture, I'm guessing it is closer to the Terminator model than the Wall-E model. But that's
yeah,
just a
fair
guess.
enough. Fair enough. Anyways, hey, Paul,
Yes,
let's do some trivia. What do you think?
that's a good call. We should
No
do
idea
some.
what question, Rod. No, where we go. Hey,
Number
Paul,
whatever, 7 of 8.
in the 1979 film Time After Time, who is chasing the time traveling killer, Jack the Ripper? Is it Sherlock Holmes? Is it Merlin, court wizard to King Arthur? Is it H.G. Wells? Or is it Chief Inspector Aberline of Scotland Yard?
I legitimately have no idea.
Well, then
I'm gonna
I,
guess. I have a guess.
Stumped ya.
But I don't actually. I'm not familiar with this film.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Jack the Ripper time travels to modern day.
I'm guessing Sherlock
New York.
Holmes, but
Of all those people, Paul, who had a time machine?
H.G. Wells had the time
H.G.
machine.
Wells. I
Very
do
good.
give. I wish I could give half points to everybody who guessed Chief Inspector Aberline, who was in fact the actual lead of the investigator, the Scotland Yard investigator, into Jack the Ripper.
Very good. Well done, everyone.
Yeah. So in the movie, H.G. Wells has an actual time machine.
Right.
And Jack the Ripper,
as he does, sure,
gets his hands on it and escapes into the future. That's why he just disappears and nobody ever catches him. So H.G. Wells comes after him so that, in 1979 New York, because Jack's going to keep on killing and H.G. Wells is here to stop him. Yeah. It's an okay movie. 70s.
I've had some help. Quite a bit, actually.
How big a transformer do you have?
Oh, they're quite large, but I got several of them because basically the total voyage I'm getting out of is $3 million. So.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah.
3 million volts?
Yeah, that's basically that's all the generator runs. Entirely that transformers.
3 million volts, and then you've got the rotating.
Yeah, because I got I got 6 of them. Each one changes 440 to 500,000, but the current's like really tiny. That's
yeah.
So
there for electromagnet. But again, apologies. We're for magnetizing time. I don't know the ideal. Yeah. So step back. Just relax, Dave. Relax. Let him.
When you sit back, then you're a little far from your microphone for us to hear you.
Sorry. Well, I'll keep forward then.
Yeah. Well, you can. You have it on a fancy arm, do you not? You can be a real podcaster.
Again. Yep.
Although I think all the hip kids they hold their mic in their hand now, which is weird.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah.
Also, my arm. This is about as far as it can reach.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Is like 4 feet deep, so it actually is. And I don't have one of those like $2,000 fancy radio.
Mine was like $50, but it still could. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what mine's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got me my first one, but then it broke.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Do you still have the microphone I gave you?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
This is 100% still the microphone.
The old C2.
Yep.
Yep.
Is that what you're using as well?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And I don't know where the third. There was a third one. I don't know where it went to. It's around somewhere. Yeah.
It's our.
Yeah.
That's gonna come out one day. The third panel to frame guy.
Yeah.
The third fractal guy who disappeared into a time machine. He was chasing after a screw.
Yeah.
And eventually we're gonna catch up to him in time.
Yeah. Is it gonna be reverse Paul with a black goatee? A black, 2
No, this is some third guy that we never speak of.
Well, but that person, they got lost in the negative zone, and now we have to fight anti-Paul. Who is
so you're
a rampant evangelist.
Wait, you're hypothesizing that I went in,
yeah,
and I was using 2 microphones.
No, I'm hypothesizing that our third compatriot that we cannot name and will not name, something happened, and this person was sent off to some kind of alternate negative reverse zone, was defeated, killed, imprisoned, don't know. And an anti-Paul, a reverse
an anti-Paul.
Yeah, has now used this person,
I understand now.
Multiphasic signature Paul. Mm-hmm. This is science to break into our reality. And now there is a black stubbled Paulogia who is a fierce advocate for, the Bible literal
Right.
biblical creationism.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yep. Has a
Um,
channel on the whatever, I can't remember the name of it, the crazy ass, the right wing that we got
Oh,
kicked off YouTube and Twitter, so we have our own social media.
right. Yeah. Well,
Him
I
and
don't
Jordan
remember.
Peterson have competing channels on
That's right. What was that called? Anyway, yeah, I get it.
yeah.
And he's Amish.
He's Amish. I actually feel like that's not anti-you. I think Amish is just like, I hang out here and I do woodwork. It's like, you know what?
No,
Cool,
I get,
dude.
but I guess he maintained.
Yeah. I was thinking more like it's Alex Jones. You know,
Okay, I getcha.
pre Onion buying all of his shit, which is
That's
awesome.
that's a real shame.
Yeah.
That's a real shame.
Yep.
Those bastards over at the Onion pulling a fast one.
So I watched a little YouTube thing about the whole legal thing and what happened, and it's actually kind of interesting. And
Perhaps we watched the same one. Was it sponsored by Ground News?
the one I watched was Legal Eagle.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Also
Okay.
sponsored.
So fair enough. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And the thing and the
yes.
yeah.
I had a video sponsored by Ground News the same day that dropped, and I was kind of like, oh, I'm not
Nice.
I'm very non-special now because everyone wants to see the Alex Jones.
Check still clears.
Check still cleared. Absolutely.
I very much was following that while it was happening, the whole Alex Jones debacle in his court, and just.
Well, I've been a fan of the Onion since it was a paper.
Oh, yeah. I have paper copies of the Onion floating around.
So yes, that was very delicious. Very satisfying ending to a.
I'm excited to see what they end up doing with it. Yeah.
Melly.
But it was interesting to me, the idea that it's like, this is not the highest bid,
right,
per se, but gets the most money to the credit. You know, it was interesting, legal. You know, kind of like blah, blah, blah.
Right.
It'll happen if you're interested in that kind of thing.
And enabled because the judge gave unusual latitude to the.
No, I don't think unusual is right word. You gave latitude, but I think in this kind of situation, typical, right, where it's like, do whatever gets the best result, like just do it, right? We don't need to get into. I feel like that's actually kind of common.
I feel like normally the instruction would be highest bidder. I feel like that would normally be the instruction.
I don't, honestly.
Well, you think it's just like best out?
I do think it's like what's the best? Like, if we trust you, because highest bidder is often not necessarily the best. The thing is, like, what's going to give the best result to the most people? And this is a perfect example.
To the most creditors,
to the most creditors, right? Like recoup the most loss out of this,
right? Because it is bankruptcy court, so ultimately that is what you're. Yeah. Melly, thank you so much for the super chat. Writes, is Peter the anti-Paul? Yes, maybe. in some ways, yes.
Ironically, in so many ways, I'm the anti-Paul, but in some ways, it's the old. That's why Paul and I have been such good friends for decades, because we're opposites in some ways, but
yin and yang in some ways, yeah.
Because somebody who's exactly like you in every way, no. That fucker can just.
That would be an insufferable person.
That's horrible. I don't want anything to do with that person. So you need somebody who has enough. You know, we both enjoy the same movies, but have different opinions about enough stuff that we can have actual interesting conversations.
Well, we have also some common goals.
Yeah,
but very different approaches.
You know, I'm Pinky and he's the brain.
And sometimes that lends to one or the other may have the better solution in a given moment, even though we have the same goal.
I do feel Paul and I have different strengths.
Yes,
some are the same, but there's also, we are a good mix of
neither of us are good at this show, though.
Oh, no.
So we're still. It's sad that we all lost that.
Every time we do this, I'm shocked that anybody is like, why the fuck are you listening to us?
I'm sad we Sad we lost that third into the time travel vortex, because that was the
Yeah,
person with the
that
real
was, yeah,
talent. All
yeah.
right.
Paul and I
Just
used to
got
be
home
really
from a
close
friend's
friends with an
40th.
attractive blonde.
Was it
And just,
Godless Engineer? It's his 40th today.
yeah, that's what I hear.
Just got home from a friend's 40th and got the surprise of a T2T stream. I feel like I'm winning.
You are
Also,
winning.
happy Doctor Who Day. Well,
Yes.
that's a lot of celebrating. So, Brain Cramp, we celebrate with you. Cheers to you, Brain Cramp.
Cheers to you, Brain Cramp. Long-time friend of the show. 21 months, Paul. 21 months.
21 months.
Holy hell, we've been doing
That's
this.
almost as long as a pregnancy.
I'm okay. Not going to get into that. But now, I have not had the pleasure of meeting Godless Engineer in person, but you,
I have.
yeah.
At least
And
once.
everything
possibly.
I've ever heard or online from you and other people, a truly stand-up individual.
He is his online persona is very confrontational.
Yeah.
But his offline could not be more opposite. Could not be
but that's
more generous and helpful and kind and deferential. Yeah.
There you go. Well, I hope
truly, while I cannot talk about his job, and he often can't talk about his job, just an incredibly smart person as well. That,
yeah.
Unfortunately, well, he plays into it. He plays into sometimes into the dumb guy stereotype, but
Well,
he's the opposite. Yeah.
That's the old Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
Nice. I saw him on Larry King Live where he was talking about oh shit, who does Bill Maher? Right, where so Norm Macdonald, like frighteningly intelligent individual. I think everybody who really kind of like gets to know you, but
yeah,
talking about he's like everybody hates the guy who's the smartest guy in the room. Like nobody wants somebody who's like I'm smarter than you. Like you play dumb. Dave Letterman, say another frighteningly intelligent individual who often played
right, yeah, played the
the dummy because nobody likes somebody who's like I'm smarter than you, and we all know it. It's like yeah, okay, well fuck you, nerd. Yeah.
I apparently missed the super chat, Dave.
Did we?
Terrible.
Well, that's on.
So poor Claire says you skipped my super chat Bella cam, so I've turned on the Bella cam.
Legitimately, oh fuck, there it is earlier. I feel terrible because I feel like we have missed poor Claire's super chats more than once. I feel like not tonight, but overall in the theater.
Oh, that's just it's a.
This
is
a recurring theme that we have missed poor Claire's super chats, and
man, we're
I
terrible.
don't understand why poor Claire keeps.
We appreciate you, poor Claire.
We do appreciate you, and we don't want to miss your chats. That's not a deliberate. I see the first one that we missed. We absolutely did miss a super chat.
Can you read it?
Should I read the first one? Do you have it there?
It's no longer on my screen, so yes, please.
Poor Claire super chatted some time ago. Bella, where the heck have you been, Loca? Right there.
She's been spinning around.
She's been spinning around
in that little radius. Fortunately, no monsters have come by the window for her to.
And then, because we're, this is how we make money. We made poor Claire super chat a second time.
I know, right?
So like there's a genuine financial upside to Paul and I for this. We'll be honest here. This worked out pretty good for us. But
this is a good point.
Previously
known as Claire before this show came along.
Yeah, used to just be Claire until she had to fucking double super chat.
But now just trying to get our jackass attention.
Get these two yahoos to read your 5 words. Yeah, okay. In this economy? Anyways, but then poor Claire was incredibly generous and forgiving and super chatted us again and said, you skipped my super chat, Bellicam. It's right there.
Well, that's the one I did. I didn't put that one up on screen.
Poor Claire. you're a true friend of the show. We appreciate you. We're sorry we missed your first super chat.
I trust that
We're gonna try
some
not
kind
to.
of karma will reciprocate you for
Yeah, probably
putting up
won't.
with.
If history's told me anything, Paul, it's probably gonna work out great for us. That's
Yeah, that's traditionally how this goes. Yeah.
traditionally how it works. Yeah, the rich get
All right,
richer.
so do we want to get the last trivia question out of the
Let's
way?
get that. You know what, Paul? Let's just get that last trivia question out of the way.
And not out of the way. We want to just celebrate an award to someone.
Someone's gonna win. Between you and me, I kind of hope it's Port Claire at this point. But
That's right.
we'll see. I am, no fingers on the scale. What happens will happen.
That's right.
Yeah, I have no idea who's out and about. We only had one person get it right. What was that one? I
Based
can't
on
even
that one, I
remember.
believe there was one where
I
only
can't remember who got it.
Scuzzbopper got it correct.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
Time for question number 8. Paul, in the 1981 film Time Bandits, who does Kevin meet and befriend in Mycenaean Greece? Is it Noah? Is it Icarus? Is it Agamemnon? Or is it Achilles?
Greece is a clue there.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. One of those should be eliminated right off the hop.
You would hope. Is it the Jewish one?
The question is still ongoing.
Actually, it would be proto. It would be Proto-Hebrew because that's even before.
Yes. Do you have a guess, Paul?
I think it's Achilles, but I'm not completely sure. No,
nope. It is not.
The crowd says Agamemnon, so there we go.
It is in fact Sean Connery playing Agamemnon.
It has been a long time since I saw that film.
Well, you should watch.
And then I tried watching the Apple TV series, and I just couldn't.
Holy shit! Was that ever disappointing?
Yeah.
Broke my heart.
With Phoebe in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had its moments, but man, just didn't
catch my attention.
Nope. I watched it all, but yeah. Now but the Time Bandits movie still fantastic. Still holds up.
Still fantastic.
Yep.
I should just watch that instead, I guess.
I did. I watched it after the TV series. I'm like, nope, this is still good. This is still really funny. Yep.
We got 5 seconds because apparently, I set this timer very long. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll see. Now we'll see who the winner is.
Who we got?
We have Michael.
Isn't he like an admin on this channel? This feels like shenanigans.
And ironically, Icarus, who was an answer in the last question there.
That is correct.
Anyway, Michael, I don't remember if you were a Tumblr. I think you are a Tumblr.
I think Michael is already in the Tumblr club
holder, but if not,
but now
I feel like
you have friends.
I don't remember if Scuzzbopper is, so we'll see how this goes.
I feel like Michael and Scuzzbopper are both previous trivia winners.
But that is okay. We allow for multiple winners. We also sometimes the winner just chooses to take their accolades without the prize. So
sometimes they wanna
but Michael let us know. Maybe perhaps Michael is itching for a second tumbler.
So there, right there, Michael says he declines the prize as he already has one.
All right,
Michael
so Scuzzbopper, that goes to you. And,
you could have, but what if? So see, Michael, this is what I'm saying. What if you have, an attractive other person with you, and you're watching Toast to Toast together? You're gonna both want Toast to Toast, tumblers to set the mood.
Also, presumably, you're using your tumbler every single day, and it goes through the dishwasher very often.
Presumably. I've followed your advice, Paul, and I've actually started putting this in the dishwasher. And you're right; it holds up. Yeah, however, I don't go crazy. I still try to
keep it. I do keep it only for toast to toast nights. I don't use it
I
outside.
also the same. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's enough time on the
But
Ouija board.
that being said,
Congratulations.
I don't have it here. I have a toast to toast mug available on the Apologia merch store.
That's true. I also have.
And I just drink coffee from all the damn time. I use that mug all the time.
That's right.
Fantastic mug. Makes my coffee taste easily 80 to 90% better. Anybody who doesn't own one, you're stupid. You are stupid if you don't own a toast to toast mug. You should get on the Apologia merch store right now. Somebody throw that goddamn link in there because it's fantastic. It's such a good mug. You're crazy in this economy. You kidding me? At that price?
You kidding me? All right. Well, congratulations to everyone who played. And
well, there we go. So it's Scuzzbopper who's using his member chat. Paul, everybody is passing it down. Scuzzbopper already has one. Everyone's passing it on.
So I think Icarus is a first time Tumblr.
I don't remember Icarus winning before.
So Icarus,
nope, Icarus says he'll pass.
Oh wow! So
nobody wants your cup.
No one wants it.
This is
so fine.
AZ Cat. I think AZ Cat actually also.
So then no one gets one. Just no, we're not. No one gets one now.
That's it. We're just done. This is it.
No,
nobody
actually, I'm fine because if Andy wants one and AZ Cat, it's up
AZ Cat. Oh my god, they want me to have it. See, AZ Cat's excited.
Oh yeah, no, AZ Cat. If you want it, it's yours. Absolutely.
AZ Cat's been a friend of this channel.
Email me paul@apologia.com and we will get that Tumblr to you. I was going to say post haste, but our post office is is on strike.
They're all on strike now, but whatever. Remember,
but fortunately, our merch store actually will.
Look at that! Goddamn! Look at that chat. AZ Cat member for 27 months.
Woo! That's all right. AZ Cat,
sure
send me an email.
Literally, as long as this channel's been around. That goes back. AZ Cat.
That's an OG, as we say.
AZ Cat. That's why. I mean, I've seen our content. I've seen the content you post that I'm not involved with for some reason. I can't understand why someone would be a member of this channel for 27 months, but I am tremendously gratified that you are. That is great. Good stuff. I assume waiting around for me to show up.
Probably.
That's I mean, come on. Like, whatever. Talking about Okay.
Forrest Velkai.
Forrest Velkai. He actually seems like a really nice guy. I think I like him.
Speaking of whom, that's who I'm hosting with tomorrow on the line.
Ooh,
so if we'll see
hosting on the line.
But there won't be presumably there won't be talk about time traveling screws. So
I mean, so what's even the fucking point?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So I'm not gonna lie. There are people that you host the line with. So I try to pay attention whenever you host the line. It definitely depends who the co-host is. There's people who I'm like, okay, no, I'm good. I'll maybe catch if you post a highlight on like your own channel of like, here's an interesting conversation. I usually watch everything. There's certain hosts where I'm like, yeah. Like Seth Andrews, love Seth Andrews. Big fan of Seth Andrews. I find him very engaging, interesting, reasonable. Not going to name names. There are certain people.
Yeah, I know. Like, I would prefer we not go into. I don't need a list of your dislikes.
Yeah. And dislikes too strong a word. There's nobody ever.
There's people who'd be on your take it or leave it list. Probably is
exactly that. It was like if there was a conversation that I'm like I'm interested in this, great. But there are certain hosts of the line that I'm like, I'm good. I'm fine.
Fair enough. I'll tell Shani you said so.
Yeah. Fuck that bitch. Just condescending is the only word I'd use. It's like, yeah, we all get it. You're a psychologist. You have multiple PhDs in neurochemistry, but
and are qualified in every country in the world. Certified.
I feel like next time I visit you, I'm going to get slapped.
Yep. All right. Well, Chris, you're lucky to anyway. I'm on with Forrest tomorrow, but that's or today, as it were, for where I live.
You are always here, AZ Cat. You were literally always here, and we appreciate it so so much. Yeah.
All right. Well, we are not very deep into the art bell, so let's.
Yeah, they haven't fucking done anything yet. They've just been
No,
talking
they've been.
about stuff
Well,
done
at
before.
least we're past the previously on. We're into new
We're
territory.
past through. You know what, Paul? We're only like 2.5-ish hours in at this point. That ain't nothing for us. Well, let's
And we
let's give
started
it up.
early, so who knows?
We started early.
The night's young.
We're done with trivia. We now we can get into the meat and bones of this.
That's right.
Yeah.
Apparently the mystery of the couch. We need to find out what happened, and I know that there's people get to call in. There's going to be callers.
So let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Has been since the broadcast and the publicity. There have been people, obviously. I mean, for you to get this massive stuff built, there have been people helping you.
Yeah.
God, this is really interesting. When do you answer? So anyway, the arresting officer, what was his name?
Tom Hampton.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Does he still talk to you, by the way?
The last time I heard from him was when he called your show.
That was it, huh?
Yeah.
I'll bet he's listening. I know he's on shift about this time. Anyway, you're completely independent of the power company.
Well, I still use the power company to run the electromagnets,
But you can do that legally.
yeah, basically
Without dimming down the town.
Well, yeah, the electromagnets only use about 8 kilowatts, so it's about the same as electric stove, maybe a tiny bit more, but
Right. You are getting very close now to the technology described in the Philadelphia experiment. Do you realize that?
they used some sort of radio transmitter, didn't they?
They used, yes, but they used rotating magnetic fields and RF. The only difference was they used had RF fields as well.
Yeah.
Have
But
we,
you're getting very
Paul? I feel like we did an episode on the Philadelphia experiment. I can't
feel
remember.
like we did too, actually. Yeah.
Was that the episode that I was in, where I physically was with you? Was that the Philadelphia experiment one, and we did our whole time travel shenanigan?
I think that is correct. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't bet the mortgage on
I
it. But
barely remember it because we were very drunk.
we were. Yep.
Yeah. But the Philadelphia
Very
experiment
close.
is fascinating. If people want to read it, look into it. Yeah.
That's
Anyway,
the one
sorry.
where they experimented on all the people who live in Philadelphia.
Yep.
They put wacky juice in the cheesesteaks.
Yep. And got a just an absolute lineup of cement heads to be the number one hockey line for like 6 years in the 70s. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep.
to what
Just
they
see what
were
happens.
doing.
It's the Philadelphia
And
experiment.
how close are you now to the first big experiment?
Well, that's another thing too. My electrodes are a little bit different. Basically, it's no longer a Jacob's ladder.
Okay.
Basically one of the electrodes is just like a straight piece of, like a rod down the middle, and the other one is it's basically a screen mesh with it's in a tube and it's around that. Basically the electromagnets around that.
Uh-huh. And then you're going to apply 3 million volts to that.
Yeah.
3 million volts? Sounds like a lot. It's not a gigawatt, though.
That's a lot. Well, so here, yeah. Okay. Volts can be whatever. Like there's volts and amperage. Super high voltage does not mean isn't necessarily even dangerous. Well, whatever. 3 million is super high. That's very, very high voltage. Yeah.
Huh?
So he's got some kind of rod and some kind of screen. He's sort of saying, so he's electrifying this screen with 3 million volts. And there's a rod at some point. We'll see if he gets some more into the details of how this is configured.
When do you think you might be getting around to this? I mean, are we days, weeks, months away?
Heck, it's hard to tell now. Basically, I haven't got, let's see, I haven't got all my, basically I'm right in the middle of it right now. I started last week, so,
Are people talking to you about this? I mean, are you getting any advice, from people?
well, basically the people at the technical college and stuff, they think I'm a dead man, so.
So do a lot of us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because, well, on that 3 million volts, it's only 3 milliamps, but at that voltage, it's more than enough to do you in, so.
Oh, like a French fried potato.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you would just be a massive charcoal, and pretty.
He has poor taste in French fries.
I guess.
I don't eat, once a potato is a charcoal, I don't eat it.
I have to do the math of it. Like, so volts by themselves don't mean anything. It's volts and current. If you can have as many volts as you want, it doesn't matter if it's not necessarily dangerous to people if the current's low enough. Current is what hurts people. If like the simple analogy is volts is the pressure. I mean, that much voltage is, if he's, like in a real situation where there's 3 million volts, even a low current, like there's a lot of electricity flowing. But so if you think of a pipe with water in it, amps, current is the amount of water throwing through the pipe, and voltage is the pressure. So like you can have the analogy breaks down, as analogies often do. Like if you have a very high voltage but very, very low amperage, it's like, okay, so you'll get an arc like through air. It takes a lot of voltage to move something through air or go. But if it's very low amperage, it's like, okay, so this spark will hit you. But it's, we're talking about milliamps of power, so whatever. It'll hit you. It probably won't penetrate your skin unless you're wet, but even if it is, doesn't really do anything. It's not going to matter. It's not going to affect you at all. High amperage is where you need voltage to get through resistance, such as, for example, human skin, dry human skin. But amperage is what does damage. So the higher the amperage, that's what will cook flesh, stop your heart from function. Like that will do damage.
So this 3 million is like show pony overkill stuff.
Kind of, right? It's like
much.
having a contrast ratio of 160,000 to 1 on a monitor or display or whatever, where it's like, cool, but that by itself doesn't mean anything.
Right.
It's a number in a vacuum, right? Like, there's lots of, it's sort of like a processor. It's like, well, this can do whatever, 82 billion operations a second. Okay, what operations? That can mean so many things depending on so many other things. Like that is an impressive number, but depending on the operations they can do, that might be mind-blowing, or it might be like, oh, okay, well, whatever. This isn't really actually that impressive at all.
Let's see what he wants to do with it.
Dusty charcoal at that. There would be very little left. Now that's if
I should have known.
Of course, if
science lesson went on too long. I'm blaming anyone but myself.
Well, Paul, while you're fixing that, I'm going to go ahead and read this super chat.
Oh, please do.
We got a fax, Paul. A fax came in.
Okay, good.
From Travis Schneider. Sorry, Travis
of
Schneider.
The Schneider cut.
Of the Milwaukee Schneiders. Travis says, I'm an atheist amateur who just started studying the Bible. I've been watching critical scholars on YouTube. I want to start a YouTube channel. How can I make it interesting as just a regular guy? Well, that is the the $1,000,000 question, Travis. How do you make a YouTube channel interesting? Do you have any thoughts you want to offer on this, Paul?
I mean, well, regular guy, of course, is i- is there even such a thing as a regular guy? Of course, everyone has their own
Mm-hmm.
personality. If you mean like as a layperson,
Yeah. Somebody who doesn't have any particular academic credentials to back
yeah,
up.
well, like I do not.
Paul
um,
doesn't.
Obviously, and a lot of the popularizers,
Mm-hmm.
don't. We're not. There are people like Dan McClellan and Kip Davis and Joshua Bowen and people who um, Dr. Bird, other people who definitely have channels and are experts. Anyway, they don't actually, interestingly, they don't take too much time to make their stuff interesting
Yeah.
because they're actual experts. They just give out the information and they
There's
do
a
it in
bunch
the.
of facts. Yeah.
That's right. Just I mean, as with any YouTube channel, I feel like you need to lean into what makes you
Yeah.
and your perspective unique.
Yeah.
Um, I happened to have a background in animation, and that and some other combination of factors led me to lean into. Um, I had some skills in, um, in animated visual presentation, so that was something I leaned into and kind of became my brand. Other people, um, I guess be as authentic to yourself as you can because anything else is going to become a burden.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
when Paul and I started our other YouTube channel, which is long defunct, but that started Paul on this YouTube journey, and even this stream we do now, he and I do what you enjoy. Because like a garage band, like somebody playing senior league hockey, like somebody doing the odds, like here's the hard truth. The odds are you will never make any money off of this. Nothing meaningful. If you go into YouTube or Twitter or Twitch or anything thinking this is going to be my job, probably it's not going to. That's just hard truth. That's just facts. But if you go in, if you enjoy what you're doing, if you are authentic to yourself, if you're having fun doing it, if you're really lucky, lightning will strike in a bottle and people will pick up your vibe and enjoy what you're doing and like you for you. And then the channel might snowball. You might pick up views and go, but assume that that's never going to happen. And what you're doing is fun to you. And every video you do, think to yourself, is this going to be fun if only 5 people watch it? This is my YouTube advice to people. If only 5 people watch this video, are you still going to enjoy this? Was it fun to you? Was it meaningful to you? Did you enjoy it? And if that's the case, fuck yeah, go for it. Have fun. I know people who've dropped $80,000 restoring classic cars that are worth a tenth of that. But it's their hobby. It's what they love. They enjoy it. Do it. Go for it. Have fun. Don't go into it thinking this is going to be your job. Because there's so much luck involved. Doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter anything. There's so much luck involved with the zeitgeist, with just hitting the right spot on some kind of algorithm or something. Paul, do you feel that's the same way? Do you have anything to correct or disagree with me?
Luck. The luck is a factor. I do actually feel like though
There are things you can do.
there are certainly things you can do.
Yes.
But that's not everyone's goal, and I'm not even sure that Travis's goal. So Travis's goal may well be just to make it interesting, because that was specifically what Travis
And I mean,
asked.
when you come to say like make it interesting, I would say also cast a wide net. Watch YouTube videos on World War II tanks. Watch YouTube videos on video games, classic NES. Like there's literally millions of YouTube videos out there. Find the ones that you think are interesting. What did they do? How did they make it interesting? Like actually look at this video, study it. Again, I'm
Yeah.
stepping over you, Paul.
So
Sorry, but yeah.
I actually, so I'm going to disagree with you again. So,
Okay.
so, I mean, casting a wide net in terms of your inspiration, sure, but actually, I
Mm.
feel like to make it interesting, what the thing you most primarily want to do is have a very specific audience in mind.
Oh, sorry. When I meant cast a wide net, I meant cast a wide net in terms of the content, like watch content.
Oh,
You
yeah,
will see,
what
like, is this
you're
good or
a wide
bad?
inspiration net, sure,
Yeah. Like
but
why
what
is
you
this
want.
video good? Why is this video bad? The nuts and bolts of
No,
video
but what's
production.
interesting, Dave, what's interesting
Yeah.
to a person isn't necessarily any of that kind of stuff. Because if you are
True.
just, I'm super into, like, if you're super into hockey cards from 1970s,
Mm-hmm.
it actually almost doesn't matter what the production quality is going to be if someone's talking about the
Yes.
thing.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, and I think the people who I see successful communicators in terms of these things have someone in mind who they're talking to. So, are you talking to um, former believers? Are
Mm-hmm.
you talking to angry former believers? Like you kind of niche down. Are you wanting to talk to current believers? Are you wanting to convince someone that this is a topic they should become interested in? Or are you talking specifically to someone who's already interested in it and having that avatar in your head of, so my avatar was entirely, and it still is to this day, me, not just anyone who still a believer, but me when I was a believer.
Right.
So I make every video saying, when I was a believer, me, Paul, would I have watched this?
Right.
Um, and I feel like, but so therefore that doesn't actually. So sometimes I don't hit exactly with people who are like, I'm a post belief person, or I'm an, all like there's all kinds of scattered places where I'm not actually hitting exactly right. And I sometimes people will say, yeah, this one wasn't for me, and that's fine. So I feel like it's the topic and your point of view should be aimed very specifically at a very specific person that you have in mind. And then you will be guaranteed to be interesting to that person. That's what I would say. That person will eventually find you because YouTube is super good at connecting people up with the thing that they would be compatible with. I feel like YouTube algorithm is very good at that.
Nice.
So anyway,
Also,
yeah.
um, you know, low cut top, short skirts. That will probably help your algorithm searches. Just it's the harsh reality nobody wants to talk about. I'm here to tell you. Just try and lean into that. Yeah, you'll get views.
I need some kind of disclaimer. Dave does not speak for the.
You can't deny
The opinions
football.
expressed on this channel may or may not reflect.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Also, I mean, Paul and I are two middle-aged white dudes. We're doing it fine. We're having fun.
so yes, famously, systems are rigged against the white dudes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
according to not history.
Nope.
Nope.
All right, off we go.
It doesn't work as
Oh, and by the way, I should have said what I wanted to say was once you've started that channel, please drop me a note so that I can once you posted your first video. I every year have a at the end of the year I always do a roundup of all the new channels in this, so I would definitely want to include you.
Yes.
Be it
And the end of the year's coming up. It's coming up soon.
So perhaps you're not going to make the end of this year, but I would then include you in my 2025 list if you however that, however that lands. But definitely let me know.
Yeah, but
All
not
right.
on his Discord because he never looks at it.
Not at Discord, no.
Let me ask you this. Where did you get this radically different design for your new machine?
Basically, I talked to this physicist. Where's the heck? I can't even remember the town he was in. It was, it was just like a month after I was last on your show.
Right.
But anyhow, it's like basically he said, well, there's this. I don't know if you knew about this or not, but there's this theory. It's like how'd it go? How'd that theory go? Basically, what it boils down to, at the vortex of high electrical energy.
I want to interrupt on this, Paul. Completely. Just throwing this out there. Timothy Harmon, friend of the show, somebody I enjoy very much, has thrown out there. Pro tip about human beings: almost none of us are interesting. And I just want to. This is, and you and I have talked about this off stream. I fundamentally, to my core, absolutely 100% disagree with that sentiment. I personally believe every person is interesting if you get to know them well enough. Everybody has a fascinating story. Every single human being. Now, I'm an extrovert through and through, and Paul and I will gladly enjoy talking to literally anybody. But I'm a fundamental believer that every human being is fascinating if you can get them to actually talk about their experiences, their life, their emotions, their feelings, what they think, believe, dream, go. Everybody's unique. Everybody's interesting. Everybody has pain, dreams, feelings that are unique to them. And I love getting to meet somebody new, learning about them, what they think, feel, dream, believe, what they like, what they don't like, the music they like, the movies they like, the things that have hurt them in the past. I can spend hours talking to somebody. Anyways, moving on. There is no such thing as a boring person. There is no such thing as just human. There is no such thing as not important. There's people who don't like to talk about themselves and believe that they are not important, but I love talking to people, meeting new people, learning their experiences. Anyways.
But there are interesting people who make boring videos.
that part, I will absolutely attest to that. I've watched a lot of them. I've done a couple of them myself. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, theoretically, you can form a hole in the fabric of the universe, and through that hole, theoretically, you can go through time. So that's what I'm thinking.
I understand.
Now, in my original experiment where I used a laser, I think the way that happened was that laser was pretty hot, and I never really realized this till just about 3 months ago. It was like the laser was really hot, this was on my back porch, and this was like in the dead of winter in December.
Yeah.
And it was about 15 degrees outside.
Uh-huh.
So I was thinking maybe the heat from the laser in the cold air made some sort of like tornado.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the how big is the machine physically going to be? The new one.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, gee. Well, let's see. The electromagnets, they're about, if you like from the outer edge to the outer edge, they're about 10 feet in diameter.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're big ones.
Yeah, they sure are. Holy mackerel. Now, are you in an apartment or a house?
I'm in an apartment, but I don't have that stuff here.
Also, we've got a secret laboratory.
Well, more or less, it's just basically just a rented garage.
A rented garage.
Yeah.
Believe me, lots
Oh,
of
but that's
Sony
the
Corporation began in a rented garage.
So like all the best laboratories. It's a
Yeah,
storage.
yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted a bat cave, but no, it's not a bat cave.
No.
Did you know that? For
No.
$500, they began Sony in a rented garage. Anyway, so you now have a dedicated building for your experiment.
Yeah. Well, basically, I got roommates here, and they're scared to death of my experiments. So
They didn't want to have it there in the apartment.
no. Well,
I can't say I blame them, actually.
well, they don't even want my Vandergraaf generators or my Tesla coils or anything like that in here either.
Really?
Yeah.
Now that's
it freaks them
beginning
out.
to get a little pushy.
Yeah.
I mean, your Tesla coils.
Well, the Tesla coils I got are quite large.
Oh.
They're not just these ain't the little handheld type. These are
This sounds like a lot of clutter.
Yeah. And what?
I wouldn't be in
Okay.
for this if I was his roommate.
No. And what's the point of the Tesla coils in
Plus, he
these?
definitely has a coffee table because that's where the screw ended up. So that's a non-starter already.
It's a non-starter. You know what is a source of eternal shame to me, Paul? I don't have a coffee table, even though I am 100% team coffee table. I've just never gotten one.
Well,
Yeah.
there's always Christmas.
It's always it's my Christmas present to myself. Coffee table.
they draw about 5,000 watts. So
Well, you don't do anything in a small way, do you?
I don't know. It's just I start small and get bigger as I go along.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a massive change, what you're talking about now. These magnets, 10 feet and such. How about the grid that you're putting up? How tall is that going to be?
Probably
Let's
not.
see. It's about I'd say it's about 6 feet.
Tall enough for a man to walk through.
Well, if you basically this thing's like lying flat because these things are like really heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I told you there was 7 circles. Each circle had 24 electromagnets.
Yes, sir.
Well, basically, those are just, well, I use JB Weld to hold them together because I can't pick the thing up. Each individual electromagnet weighs about 200 pounds.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's why basically caused the laminated core because iron's pretty, well, plate metal's pretty heavy when you get it that much.
Oh, you have increased your plans exponentially.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Well, this is just, I'm just,
I need to run take a bio break, Paul.
Okay,
You
I'm gonna keep listening.
keep listening. Do what you got to do. I'll keep listening. Same time.
I'm just making a small one to see if it works because eventually I'm going to make one bigger than that.
Bigger than that?
Well, that's another thing too. Since your show, this guy in Springfield, Oregon, got hold of me,
Yeah?
and he's working. There's 4 other people that's been doing experiments connected to mine. One's what's his name?
Thank you so much for the super chat, Melly. $5 super chat. Appreciate so much. How do you feel about 6 transformers that double as a coffee table? Sounds like an efficient use of space. Indeed. Well, the trouble is, I don't know. Can you still put would a transformer still attract clutter? And I feel like I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I also feel like these would be very heavy. They wouldn't. They'd be very difficult to slide around. One of the things that's been pitched to me is like when we need the open space, that 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 you can just move the coffee table aside. But I feel like if you want to have a little dance party in the living room, well, you'd have to hire guys who presumably now are on parole to move these transformers. I don't know. This doesn't sound very efficient. Although if you just have 6 transformers, yeah, sure, anything can be a coffee tea. Anything can be a coffee table if you just put it on there. Sure, maybe that'd be a $30,000 coffee table. That's something. That'd be good. That's hilarious though, Melly. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate.
John Searle. He's in. Have you heard of him?
I've heard the name somewhere, yes.
He's in London, England, and it just so happens he's made like some sort of special generator. It just basically runs on free energy.
I'm familiar with these people, yes. Of course.
Yeah, and that could definitely come in handy for me. Because ultimately what I'd like to do is like build like a really giant one.
Yeah?
basically, if it's a small one, I want to see what controls what. Like, if the current controls, like how far I go.
Okay, so this isn't the really giant one. This is just the medium-sized one he has going
Just
here.
a
Wow.
medium size.
Oh, Dave's back.
I've been back for a while.
Not paying attention.
That's okay. I feel like 6 Transformers, by the way, doubling as
Yes.
a coffee table would be. Transformers are really big, like actual
Yeah.
Transformers. That's yeah.
As we said, you have to hire people who are willing to go on parole for a couple of years to help me move them around.
Apparently, it sounds like they were cheap. It's not that everyone has a price, Paul. It's that the price is so low.
That's right.
The future or the past or whatever.
Yeah.
And what I can do to like make it go in reverse and
Go into the past?
yeah. And then figure out a way how the heck to control that.
Maybe it will depend on the phase of the electrical current.
I was looking over I don't think you changed
No,
those.
this is what I was. Everything I'm wearing now is what I was wearing before. That's I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Whether or not you're wearing a diaper will remain a mystery.
It's a little cold here. I'm thinking like there's a hoodie over there. I'm looking at it, I'm like, I should put that hoodie on because
little nipply.
Yeah, we are in the middle of a bit of a blizzard, little winter storm here through a lot of Western Canada right now. I don't know if you're been following the weather.
I have, that's my understanding. Yeah, you guys are.
We got issues. Yeah, we're getting like the city I live in. We're looking at 12 to 15 inches of snow overnight. Like it's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be
which is not like unprecedented or anything. It's just
but it's enough.
Infrastructure.
I'm glad that it's Sunday tomorrow, so because it's gonna take a while for streets and stuff to get cleared. Yeah. Paul and I were talking before stream about how it's like we'll get 5 inches of snow and everybody's like, whatever. You just drive, you go to work, you live with it. You get,
an inch of rain.
Less, an eighth of an inch of rain. It's like, oh fuck. Well, that's.
I'm gonna get wet. I'm not leaving my house. Yeah,
forget that. It's so different from any kind of coastal experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brain
cramp. Thank you for the super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone figured out the YT count in the lower right yet? 10 as of this comment. I haven't seen anyone guessing, but I haven't seen a correct guess. So you guys are feel free. I'm not going to tell you, but you're free.
Magic numbers. I assume it's how many wizards are currently casting spells of protection. That's my guess. Prove me wrong, YouTube. Well, prove me wrong.
So I promise that if I see a correct guess, that I will identify it.
Well, there you go. You'll identify as a guess?
I will identify it as the correct guess. But so far, haven't seen it. It is not the number of members watching.
We have 9 current watchers. Yeah. That's, I'm not a member, so I'm not one of them. Yeah. Fuck your channel. That's what I say.
Yeah, it is what you say far too often.
It's what I say a lot often. Look, he never is in Discord. I mean,
that's right.
I don't know all y'all why. Paul and I have personal history. If we didn't have that, I don't understand why any of you listen to this jackass. He doesn't know shit from apple butter. He sounds like he does. He's got kind of a lower timbered voice. It's kind of like somebody with a British accent where you just naturally assume that they know what they're talking about. He's wearing glasses. Look at him. So it's like, oh, this egghead must know what's going on. He doesn't know a goddamn thing. Paul's got no fucking clue what's going on. He's making this up. Don't let him know I said this. Hey,
or
Paul,
the way
smart bell.
The magnets are rotating. Who knows?
Yeah.
Any of that's possible. Ultimately, though, if the experiment goes as you hope it will, there's got to come a moment when a human being walks through or into the field.
Does there?
Doesn't there?
Yeah.
No.
So
No.
this is where we
I don't know. Humans get everywhere. Eventually, if you build something, a human's
We're
gonna,
like cockroaches. That is true.
a human's gonna wedge himself in there at some point.
I'm just gonna grab this hoodie. I'm real quick because I actually
All
am
right.
kind of chill. You carry on. Just move on. We're fine. Everybody can see my pajama pants, Paul. Nobody.
We have some standards here, Dave.
Do we?
We do.
Okay.
Scotty Orange gives us a super chat.
Fat
$2.
guy in pajama pants.
A time machine also has to be a spaceship. I mean, kind of.
Okay, so again, wearing a hoodie now. It depends how time machines work. Yes, you're right that anytime you move through time, and Paul and I have talked about this, the Earth moves, the solar system moves, the galaxy moves, everything's moving. Is the time machine relative? Is the time machine like we built this thing that generates a field like a Jacob's ladder or a Stargate? So wherever the physical device is in the future, the time machine is based on that. So then you don't have to move. That you got to establish your rules for your time travel, right? Back me up, Paul.
I would agree that whether or not you see, because spaceship is
hair.
also.
Paul,
Yes, Dave.
I have a white hair on my hoodie, my white beard. Anyway,
From your hot date.
from my yeah, sure, yeah, that thing. Yeah,
dating someone's grandma.
I mean, that is age appropriate. Yeah.
I think you'd also have to you'd have to define what spaceship means in that. Like, if you really want to get pedantic debate about whether that super chat was correct,
Yeah,
you'd have to define time machine. You'd have to define spaceship. Yeah, but
TARDIS,
ultimately,
all the above.
In a grand sense, anything we build is a spaceship because it's traveling. We are all traveling through space. So
yeah, whatever Carl Sagan.
Yeah. No one has guessed the number right yet, by the way.
always been
15.
worried about you, and now with 3 million volts, this is real serious. Well, I suppose actually dead is dead, and even your earlier Jacob's ladder, if things had gone wrong, would have fried you alive.
Yeah.
So this would just be a more spectacular ending.
Tell me, Paul,
I'll probably.
is that number a real-time tracker of Swedish supermodels who want to get all up on the Dave?
That would be there are not enough digits on the screen for that, Dave.
I mean, Sweden's not that big a country. I feel like it would be.
I mean, we
There
could
can't
fit
be
it
that-
on the screen, but that's all, you know.
I don't know how many Swedish supermodels there are, but I feel like it's probably double digits.
Oh no, I feel like there's got to be at least 4 digits of Swedish supermodels.
I see.
Vaporize.
Vaporize, yeah. That's...
How many of those are attracted to you is probably limited to 3 digits, but
Yeah, well, the only ones familiar with me.
but that's because they don't all know you. Probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because as has been established, I'm amazing, and spending time with me is an amazing experience.
But not everyone in Sweden speaks English.
No, and I don't speak Swedish,
So
to my eternal delight. And hey, Norwegian, Finnish, like I don't want to make it sound like there's something inherently superior about Swedish. Any Scandinavian attractive woman.
No, you were just guessing. You were making a guess about the number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You weren't disparaging other nations.
No, and
No.
I don't want anyone to think I was.
Yeah.
Just want to make that clear.
I was thinking
Austrian
vaporize.
supermodels, welcome to apply.
Getting
Indonesian,
warmer.
New Zealand, whatever, right? Estonian, I'm very open. Yeah.
Timothy Harmon, with another
Hey.
super chat.
Why are you still giving us money, Timothy? Are you not watching this? All right. Carry on.
Timothy Harmon writes, Dave, the answer is all of them.
Absolutely. Paul, my guess for that 16 is all of them.
That is incorrect.
You cheater. You liar. That is exactly what it is. It's all of them.
Actually, it is.
all
It
14.
is all of the. It is all of the set of the definition of the set that it is.
Yep. I
Yep.
nailed it. Cracked the code. Me and Da Vinci. Me and Tom
Vaporization.
Hanks.
But on the other hand, you're really, and this is what I got out of the first interview, you're really serious about this, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
And you really do believe that you can move things in time, huh?
Yeah.
Do you think, and this is a philosophical question for you, but I've always been fascinated with people working on time machines, and you're down to some serious work now, serious machine. Do you think it would be a good thing for us to be able to move in time?
Have
you given that any thought?
Well, if it does like it does in the movies, heck, that'd be great. But I don't know. I've been talking with some other
Have you not seen any time travel movies?
It would be horrible.
What's the best outcome of a time travel movie? Is when everything went back to normal. That's the when the win.
If humanity literally had that technology, it'd be horrifying. Horrible.
Mm.
No good outcome would come of that.
theoretical physicists and stuff like that.
Yes.
What would
Basically,
you, Paul?
Yes.
If you had access to a time machine, where would you go? What's the thing you would check out?
So I feel like at this stage, the thing that would be most impactful would be, and this would require a lot of prep, right? So I would need to learn to speak Aramaic.
Right. Yep.
I would need to make plans, I guess, but going to the first century, and going and basically hanging around Jerusalem for the various Passovers that were potentially where Jesus was killed.
There's
and,
a
and
Brandon
seeing if any of that
Sanderson
stuff happened.
short story. I can't remember the name. One of his Legion ones, where somebody invents not time travel, but essentially a camera that can look.
I would
back
prefer that.
in
That would be
time.
better.
And does the same thing, because it's like, here's essentially historically, like, if the Bible is accurate, we know that Jesus was at this place at this time.
Yeah.
And so I can take a picture of it, and there should be, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I don't know where I'd go. Because here's the thing, like, most of your history up to like 100 years ago really, really sucks compared to what
like
we
that's
have
the
now.
thing. Like
it's all bad. None of it's good. Even if you're rich, it's like it's pretty shitty compared to what we have now.
So
yeah.
My other answer beyond that, like just for my own personal, I would much rather go. I'd much rather go forward. Like I have a bit of FOMO about, like, there's going to be technology that is created 100 years from now that I'm never going to know anything about.
I want to see flying cars.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it was purely like for Paul's enjoyment,
I would
go forward. Yeah.
I hold out hope that we live in a time where they will be able to, like, digitally imprint a human brain. And even though my meat will pass away and go, that some aspect of me will be able to be like, oh yeah, I can see what's going to happen.
I don't know, man. Do you not watch Black Mirror?
I do. I think it's going to be fine.
You think you want your consciousness to be tortured forever, like just not able to die?
I don't think it's going to be tortured. I'm in a pretty well-off region economically, geopolitically. I think I'll be able to pay for, like, the good eternity, where it's like, I can buy like a Minecraft server or something and just kind of hang out there. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think so. The no one in the chat is guessing the number correct, by the way. Just there hasn't been any correct. So,
Nobody even remotely close. Yeah.
I wouldn't say no one's remotely close, but there's no one's got it.
Who would you say is the closest, Paul?
I wasn't watching names. So
Oh, okay.
well, like there's like people are saying random things. Like, well, it's the number of participants. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
So
All I know is everybody should say Dave in chat like 100
so
times.
my little bot died. That's actually I was trying to
I
check
used
that.
to be able to do this, and I can't
that I can
anymore.
do.
Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah.
I can't. I used to be able to.
Also, I
Fuck
can
you,
thumbs
dude.
up.
This is bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, my
I got
thumbs
this
up isn't
much
working.
Coke left. I'm gonna pour it in this glass. I'm gonna take the cap off. Yeah, your thumb's not doing jack.
Nope, doing nothing. All right.
As far as like the quantum mechanics and like the physics of it,
Yes.
it'd be similar. Well, I wouldn't get torn.
I feel like we're not going to get to the couch tonight, and I'm sad.
I feel like, yeah, this has been a lot of bullshit about Transformers and whatever. How far in are we, Paul?
We are 33 minutes in.
Another dead soldier. All right.
Sure, you've heard of a black hole before.
Oh, of course.
It's like basically, if I wouldn't get torn apart since I'm using electromagnetism instead of gravity.
Right.
But the problem is, if I like go through it, basically what I'm thinking is,
For the brand new bottle of rum when we started tonight. Just throw that out there. This is what you do to me, Paul.
Similar.
You're trying to tell me that was a brand new bottle of rum when you started?
Brand new.
Oh Jesus, man!
No, that's not correct at
That's
all. Not correct at all. Plus, this is literally a 2 liter of rum, so that would be a lot.
That would be a lot. Yeah.
Yours is, I assume, a 750 mil.
Mine is a 750. A 40, as we say here in the back country. Ironically, I live in a country that uses the metric system exclusively, and yet we still refer to our liquor by ounces.
So we don't use the metric system exclusively. Like, how tall are you, Dave?
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I know, but
I'm 6'1". Yes,
I do sometimes laugh that, like, sometimes
yeah.
Canadians
If
get all
someone's
uppity
like, I'm
about
183 centimeters tall, I'm like, I have zero idea what that means. That's
how many
literally
kilograms
nothing to me. Yeah.
So
That I can do. The weight I'm fine with. I usually refer to pounds and go, but if someone tells me it's like, oh, I'm 80 kilograms, I can work with that.
No,
Yeah.
well, just like I can convert Fahrenheit off the top of my head as well.
Yeah.
But it's not what anyway,
I
laugh.
I default think of temperature in centigrade, but yes, I think of height in inches and feet, and I think of weight in pounds. Yes.
We
I
like
think
to
of
get all
distance in kilometers. I do not think of distance in miles.
I did when I lived in California. I kind of have gone back and forth, but
and liquid volume, I'm like, a gallon, I have no fucking clue. That's I roughly know, but it's
gallons,
like
4 liters. That's
yeah.
so I do that. I do the conversion in my head.
Yeah, but it's not. It's like 3.87 or
right,
something.
But I just for getting close enough. Like for
it's close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the default
we got some
in my brain
super
is
chats, Dave.
We got 2. Why are you people still giving us money? We don't know what we're doing.
Scotty Orange.
Hey, Scotty Orange.
Say you could go back in time to any concerts. Which band? I know my answer to this. Which band and when are you going to see?
This is one of the 3 questions I ask people when I first meet them. What's your answer, Paul?
U2 Red Rocks 1980 whatever it is, 7.
Mine is Pink Floyd, The Wall. They only did 4 shows, and I want to see one of them. Yeah.
Right.
Second, seeing the Queen, the big Montreal Music Festival. You see YouTube clips all of them. There's like 100,000 people there. That would be another incredible one. Led Zeppelin. Yeah, U2 Red Rocks would be another one. But then here's the thing: U2 Red Rocks or like U2 in like an Irish bar before they hit it big, when there's like you and 20 people there in
So
some club or bar, and you can see them. Because I've seen a couple bands like I saw Muse when they were not big, and there was like me and 60 people in just like a bar. And retrospectively, that was amazing. At the time, it was like, yeah, it's just a bar, it's just a band in a college bar. Or the Beatles in like a club in Hamburg, right?
right. Well, the reason I say Red Rocks at that point is
I
because
mean,
that is
that's an
that was
iconic
their
concert. Yeah.
pivot moment. Like that was
Yeah.
their pivot moment from uh pub band
Yeah.
to, because they by all rights probably shouldn't have had the Red Rocks gig. Like
But
they
in
weren't.
theory, like you could see U2 and you could be 5 feet away from Bono in a bar.
No, you ask a great question.
Yeah.
You ask a great question. Um, I do feel like being the moment in history for me
Yeah.
would be
I
more
get you,
interesting.
I sympathize, and I actually would feel the same, and I would do the same. Where like I want to be at this particular show, same as like Pink Floyd The Wall, where it's like they were only this concert would only ever performed 4 times. Like this was a big deal, and I want to be at this particular show. And I agree with that particular one would be a fantastic.
Right. Like
I'm
in the
not as
same
big.
way, like I have no specific interest in Woodstock, but man, that would be a fascinating place to be, right? Like,
Yeah, like the actual 60s
yeah,
Woodstock.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then we have another super chat. Thank you so much,
Mhm.
Scotty Orange. A great question. Love that question.
Good question.
Brain cramp. Top of chat, 3 dots. Participant minus host equals count. If not true, still accurate. That's not what it's measuring. Top of chat minus
Measuring
three
copyright
dots
strikes against us.
minus. That's right. It's the number of
Current
lawyers. It's the number of lawyers
lawyers.
actively engaged.
Yeah. The ACLU is bullshit, and here's why. Watch that number spike up.
Brain cramp. I don't. Yeah, good guess, I guess, but that's not. If you want it to be, there's sometimes multiple formulas get to the same answer, I guess, but I'm guessing
There's
that
not.
wouldn't hold up over
It's
the
not.
course of
That
the
is
entire
not.
stream.
That is not the correct answer.
It is not the correct answer.
There is a correct answer, and that is not the correct answer.
Correct. So Quasimodo, what was your guess? I don't, because he.
Well, so Quasimodo said Slayer live in Oslo, 2018, last tour
Oh.
ever. Yep, good guess. The time Ozzy bid that. See, now everyone's throwing out their guesses.
Oh, well,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, their guesses / their concerts. You mean
The concerts? Their particular. So there are 3 questions I ask somebody if I'm like in a social situation, an extended social situation, to try and get a bead on that person's personality. That is one of the questions I ask: is if you could see any band at any point in history, any musician, anything, who would you like to see and why? Just to try and get a, like, what are you into? What's going on? Sometimes people are like, oh, I don't know, because they're not really into music. But sometimes people get very like, I want to see.
I have a new answer.
Yeah. Okay.
John Williams.
Yeah.
London Symphony Orchestra.
Yeah.
1976.
Yeah.
The random conducting of the Star Wars theme, the Star Wars scoring for the first time.
It was at the Hollywood Bowl, wasn't it?
No, when it was scored.
Oh, like you want to see it at the actual?
Yeah, when it was first performed as they're scoring
they're
it.
recording
So
it.
I had
all the
the
musicians in
incredible
studio.
fortune to witness episodes 2 and 3 being scored.
Yeah,
and so it's some of my favorite. Just like,
I don't even know the original A New Hope, like where that was recorded.
Well, I just watched that
UK
John Williams documentary yesterday. So
Fair
they
enough,
actually had footage from it. So it was in.
Right.
So it was the first time John Williams had conducted a major orchestra, because 20th Century Fox goes, we'll just get the London Symphony Orchestra. And he was like, what?
What? He's like, I don't know how to
Yep.
do this. Yeah.
So to see that, like to see John, it was because that's a
Mhm.
huge conflation, right? It was John Williams conducting London Symphony Orchestra for the first time. I think it was
Yep.
it was probably at Elstree
Yep.
in London. But also then like Star Wars being performed that theme being performed for the first time by an orchestra. You know, that would be a conflation for me of a lot
Nobody
of.
in the room has any idea.
No one in the room has any idea what's coming. Yep.
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 Yep. That would be fantastic to be in that.
Yeah. All right.
Anyways.
How we doing on energy, Dave?
I mean, I'm where I live. It's early.
Yep. Okay. Just double checking.
I still got half a drink left. You
Okay.
tell me how you feel.
Well, I'm gonna duck off screen then for a minute
Okay.
to keep going because my seal's broken, and then we'll.
We'll listen to some more of.
Yep. Oh, that's not you.
No.
I might like say I want to go 10 years in the future. Well, okay, I went 10 years in the future, but I'm in a different universe, and unfortunately, this theory, if I like go back through, then I'll be in yet another different universe. I'll never get back to the one I left, which that's a downside.
Downside, yeah.
Yeah.
Mike, when you get ready to get to the human part of the experiment, would you be willing to allow me to come and videotape? I mean, something like this really ought to be documented.
Oh, sure.
And it could be used for one of several things. I mean, to document a new step in physics, the first documented time travel, or alternately as a memorial for you.
Yeah.
You know, here was the life of Mike Markham, and here's how he ended. But he believed in what he was doing, and so I'm really serious about this. In a way, it would make either a great documentation of time travel, or it would make a very good memorial. Now, surely your parents and your friends. Where are your parents?
I haven't talked to them in like 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Then friends. What do they say to you? Are they concerned about you?
Well, some of them think I'm full of crap. Some think I'm crazy. The others are like kind of worried.
Have you wondered about whether you're crazy yourself? Now, I'm not saying you're crazy, and far from it, because actually I really think you're working in a fascinating area, frankly. And I might be tempted to do something like that myself. But have you ever considered your own sanity? And said to yourself, Mike, I might be nuts.
Well,
Is that a yes?
I never really considered it, really.
Never thought about it.
Huh.
So
basically, I take that back. I kind of have, but I just figured, well, if I am, if not, I'm not.
okay, so
Oh, you're muted, Paul.
I'm not saying you're crazy, but I did nickname you Madman.
Yeah. You're missing the sad backstory where he hasn't talked to his parents in 10 years.
That is, yeah. Maybe that's why he's trying to find love in the time travel.
I mean, we're reaching here, but yeah. I feel like there's a whole untold backstory here for Mike Markham.
I did enjoy the callousness with. She's like, either we're gonna have a successful time travel, or I'm gonna film you die.
Or either's gonna get me a lot of views. So
yep, either
good
way is
stuff.
good. Although I'm
Yeah.
not convinced that. I think he'd want to set up the camera and leave the room if you literally think that people are dying.
Ross.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. All right. Mike, hold on, because the phones here are going nuts. The people remember you, obviously. They want to talk to you. Stay right where you are, and we'll be back to you after the news, all right?
Okay.
My guest is Madman Markham. his plans have increased exponentially. In fact, a lot of the work is done. We'll be back. All right, back now to Madman.
I feel like the word exponentially is often used incorrectly.
I agree. Yes, it's one of those. You keep using that word. I do not think it
Using that
means
word.
what you think it means. Yeah. Yeah.
We have a super chat from Scotty Orange.
Scotty Orange. Yep.
Is there a question you ask people to test whether they're trustworthy or not? Or a replicant? Jokes always appreciated.
Okay. There's two good ones. You ask people, would you prefer to hold and cuddle a 8-month-old puppy or 64 gigabytes of RAM? Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. Yeah.
Well, that's more on the replicant side. You know, you can have, because you can have trustworthy replicants and untrustworthy replicants, and
Right.
and trustworthy people and untrustworthy people.
I just asked somebody, would you kill me for $20? And if they answer yes, probably not somebody you want to,
But
get your wagon to.
But wait, how does that make them untrustworthy?
Well, in terms of you, like, I mean, trustworthy, fine. Yeah, like they're being honest, but you probably don't want to hang around with somebody because sooner or later somebody's going to offer them $20. I mean, that's not a crazy sum of money. And be like, hey, if I go like, hey, Shannon, just, maybe slip this arsenic into Paul's tea. Here's $20.
So
And then I will run this stream.
To me, the test, like, they become trustworthy if someone gives them $20 and they do it, then they're trustworthy because then they did it. It's if they slip them $20 and then they don't bother. That's an untrustworthy person.
Yeah.
You got to be able to count on people.
Like count on people?
Either way.
Like one pair of glasses.
One attempted murder. Two attempted murders.
Anyways, I mean, so Scotty Orange, to answer your question, I don't have a single question. Like that's a situation where you really should bring in a Blade Runner. You need an expert. Get somebody. You're going to have to ask multiple questions. You're going to have to gauge their responses. If it was so easy that you could just ask a single question, this ain't classic Trek. You can't just be like, I don't tell any lies. I am lying. Oh, look, we've confused the computer. Doesn't work like that.
On the flip side, if I want to find out if someone has been replaced, someone in my life has been replaced, there's lots of ways. Like, I've often thought about if I'm under duress and need to call Dave.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something like, oh, and hey, did our Calgary Flames win tonight?
And I'll be like, fuck you.
No, but then you would be like, well, that's not Paul's under duress because he's not ever.
Something's happening. Something's weird here. I mean, initially I'd probably be like, you're making fun of me. There'd have to be more than that.
There'd have to be more than that. Now
what
I know.
Is that the thing you do if you were you had to convince if there's a doppelpaul?
Right. Right. Yeah. So if it's my kid, so my kids, for example, it'd be good would work on them because they would they would know I'm not teasing them.
Yeah. But this is me. So I'm sitting here, I'm holding the gun. There's you and there's the alien impersonator that's you. And I can shoot one of you. I got one bullet left. What are you saying to me to convince me that you are no, you're the real Paul? I need to shoot that other son of a bitch.
Well, because that's not quite the same scenario as I'm under duress on the phone. Because lots of people
this is a new scenario.
Yeah, this is a new scenario. So I need to pick a thing.
We left that room. We're in this room now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say, Dave,
Yeah.
I, uh,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dave, I like you so much. I appreciate your work for me so much that I got up and ate pancakes with you when I
That's
didn't.
pretty good. And I'd be like, "Where'd you eat pancakes with me, Paul?"
Well, I don't know. It's the stupid place in San Diego across. I don't remember the stupid name of
That is,
it.
and if the other guy said Richard Walker's Pancake House, I'd shoot him. I'd shoot him in
That
the
guy.
head
That's right.
because
Because
Paul doesn't goddamn remember the name of the
no.
best pancake restaurant in San Diego. But if you're like, this stupid place, San Diego, you made me go to, I'd be like, and I shoot the other guy. Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Which, by the way, anybody in San Diego, go to Richard Walker's Pancake House, order the apple pancake.
Which, yeah. So if Kip
Oh my
Davis is
goodness.
watching this while you're in San Diego, go there.
Mhm. Richard Walker's Pancake House. It's down in Gastown. It's amazing.
Mm.
Amazing. I fucking fly to San Diego just to get those pancakes.
All right. Do we want to listen to some calls?
Yeah, let's listen to some calls.
Hopefully,
Well,
we
you
can talk
tell
about
me
this
how you
couch,
feel.
this much vaunted couch mystery that I don't know what it is.
I didn't bring up the couch. You brought up the couch. So I feel like
I was so just by checking people's responses about this episode, people are all people who listen to this episode and talk about the couch. So I want to know why.
Madman Markham. Madman, because there is an audience that joins us at midnight, just if you would, you've now got, it's out of your apartment, you're not using the power company power anymore, you are using this giant generator you've got, 15 kilowatt generator, with a 440.
All right, and I need to keep a promise to the audience.
Somebody guessed correctly?
This is the correct answer.
Is it the number of people who've chatted and
the number of unique commenters in the last 5 minutes is, and like right to the minute, that is the correct answer.
oh snap, Matthew Karub, you diabolical genius,
Yeah.
you glorious bastard, you nailed it. You done figured out Paul's shenanigans.
But you've got a whole series of gigantic transformers. How big again,
I will
please?
say, Wampa 77. If you think you can take Paul's place and fool me, I'm not gonna get it here. Paul and I have so much shared history. It would be very, very, very tough for an impersonator to trick me into believing you were Paul. We've got there's a whole secret language we have that we can fall on.
They changed 440 to 500,000 each.
500,000 each.
So Paul and I used to play Risk, various board games with friends of ours a lot. There were times, unspoken, Paul and I would just look at each other and we would understand. So here's the thing about Risk. Anybody played it. Only one person can win Risk. But Paul and I would look at each other and be like, well, it's going to be one of us too. So we got an alliance, an unofficial, unspoken, no physical communication of any time. We just look at each other and we understand, okay, so we got each other's back until it's only you and me. And then I mean, whatever happens, happens. Only one person can win Risk. But up until that point, you're my boy. I got you.
The important part is that wasn't a standing thing. That wasn't on every single game.
Absolutely not.
Because there were alternately games when Dave decided.
Fuck that guy. I'm getting him right away.
No, you were most dangerous when you decided you were no longer in contention.
Yeah, and just I'm gonna make up my own game, my own rules.
That's right. It will be arbitrary. Only I will know what my secret mission that I've given myself is.
My secret mission is to try and hold Madagascar. So if you hold Madagascar, sucks to be you, because I'm bending my entire will and being to holding that particular province for 3 turns. That's my win condition for this game. Yeah.
Longest Risk game has got to be 10 plus hours.
Oh, easily. Although Risk has this weird mechanic. I mean, we can get into a board game where it's like the sets eventually make it so it's like provinces mean nothing. It doesn't even take that long where people are cashing in sets for like 60 armies, and it's like it so vastly dwarfs anything you can get from the map that becomes the
No,
yeah.
but we also would often have the dynamic of there was usually food involved.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There was usually a movie
We
in the
weren't drinking at
background.
that time. We were good Christian boys.
That's
But
right.
food, yeah.
Uh,
Probably a
um,
hockey game on of some
a
kind.
hockey game, or so
Yeah.
it could sometimes go 10 hours because we were doing
Yeah.
not just solely focused on the game.
Nowadays, I've played board games, some 18xx games, and various things where it's like, yeah, no, this is a 20-hour game.
Mm.
And there's more. There's games I haven't played that are like these are hundreds of hours to play this game. Yeah.
Well, yeah, or even there's games like Gloomhaven that are literally like, well, this is going
Yes.
to take you
Yeah.
years to, yeah.
You ever played Gloomhaven?
Yeah.
I do. I fucking love Gloomhaven. Yep. Yep.
Me and my boys, we don't get to play at that, and it takes even longer now because we don't get many chances to play. So
I did it locally. So it was a weekly. We did a campaign, but it went like for like a year.
yeah.
And it
Oh,
was
because
yeah.
you keep adding stickers to the,
Yep.
you've marked up the board with your campaign, so then it's kind of like, yeah, you're.
But I've also played like 18OE, which is just a straight board game, not an ongoing campaign, but it's like 20 hours, 30 hours to play a game. It's yeah. Yep. Good time.
Monopoly never lasts that long because
No.
Monopoly ends when the first person cries.
But two boards join. I can see that. Free space. To me, the fascinating thing about Monopoly, and I like Monopoly, is the number of house rules that are just kind of accepted as like these are the rules of Monopoly. But if you actually read the rules of Monopoly, it's like
for sure.
none of these are rules.
No.
But literally everybody plays it this way. Free space, free parking is a big one.
Oh no, but there's also house rules that is like, that's not happening in my house. You go to someone's house and you're like, what bizarro thing do you have?
No, we ain't doing that.
Yeah. Like my cousins had one, like if you rolled the dice and it was a bad outcome, if you could see it before anyone else, like you could pick up the dice and re-roll like under certain conditions.
No,
and it's like, well, no, that's not a thing. You don't get to just
you can't just re-roll dice.
no, exactly.
No. That's called cheating.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Each,
Yeah.
you've built
Madman Markham.
yourself a grid.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah.
So I picked up 2 weeks ago and played Worm Span.
Oh, cool.
Big fan.
My
Highly
youngest
recommend.
has it.
Yeah. I don't know if you've played it at all.
I haven't yet. No, not yet.
It is not just Wingspan with different like they fundamentally changed the rules. One of the big ones is like, so you have your 3 tracks, right? Like Wingspan. Yep. You have to, they're caves, dragons going. You have to excavate spots to open up. So like you have the board, so you have the 3 tracks and 4 spots on each track that you can put birds, in this case dragons, in. But they're caves, and so you only get 1 spot on each track, and then you have to like spend an action to excavate the cave to open up the spot. So then you can put a dragon in that spot, whether it's the first, second, or third track. Much like, and then when you run the track, very like Wingspan, where it's like, yeah, things happen. The first one's resources, second one's eggs, whatever. But it is they add like 3 or 4 extra. Wormspan is very much like, hey, you've played a lot of Wingspan. Cool. We're going to make a more complicated, more in-depth version of it. And this is what it is. And we assume they even have the rule book has a single page where it's like, hey, if you played Wormspan, here's the rule changes that you have to know. It's I highly recommend it. Very cool.
Can't wait. Yeah. I assume the art
if
is
you
beautiful.
Like Wingspan, Wormspan's cool.
Mm-hmm. Madman, because there is an audience that joins us at midnight, just if you would, you've now got, it's out of your apartment. You're not using the power company power anymore. You are using this giant generator. You've got 15 kilowatt generator with a 440 output. You've got a whole series of gigantic transformers. How big again, please?
They changed 440 to 500,000 each.
500,000 each?
Yeah.
You've built yourself a grid with a rotating group of 24 magnets, electromagnets, is it?
Well, 24 in each circle, then they got 7 circles, so it's 168 altogether.
Oh, my gosh. And each one of these is how big?
It's about 5,000 volts at about 1 amp. DC.
And physically, how big are they?
Each circle's about 10 feet wide.
Man, this thing is gigantic. This thing is going to be, do you remember that movie, what was the name of it? Where in Egypt, where they dug up the big circle? Do you remember that?
Yeah, Stargate.
Stargate, thank you. What you're building sounds like Stargate.
Well, it's like I told you about that guy out in Springfield, Oregon. He's setting up like a really big lab for me.
Yeah.
And, well, I was like, already drew up plans for that, like bigger scale.
Yeah.
And for that, I plan to use, well, it's going to be a little bit more complicated yet. Instead of just like it's going to be, basically it's going to use 40 million volts, two-phase at very low frequency.
But before we get to that, I mean, you're going to carry through this experiment before you get to that one, right?
Yeah, basically, well, the reason I'm doing this is to like, basically improve it before I make the big one. It'd be a lot cheaper to like build a little one and improve it rather than build a big one and then tear it back down again.
All right, now listen to this fax that I just got. It's from a pastor, a man of the cloth. Art, tell Madman if he wants a human volunteer to go through first, I will do it. I have, since I was a small child, been fascinated with time travel. As a matter of fact, I've been doing my own research and testing on time travel. I've been perusing Another Route. Remember the movie Somewhere in Time? He's been doing that thing, but he is actually...
This pastor is fascinating to me.
Yeah, I thought maybe you were wanting to add something there.
No.
Pastor Bradley is volunteering to go through. Now, this brings up a big moral issue, because if Pastor Bradley should go the way a fly goes, and you know those little fly zappers?
Yeah.
If Pastor Bradley were to go like that, they could potentially, they could charge you with, I don't think murder, but maybe manslaughter.
Yeah.
So you would be disinclined, I take it, or do you want a human volunteer?
Well, that was really nice of him, but if I do a human volunteer because of that, I'll probably be the one.
You're going to be the one?
Yeah.
All right. Well, certainly some scientists have injected themselves with their own serums, to prove. Here's another practical suggestion for you just before we go to the phones. Art, please ask Madman what he thinks about the idea of, instead of first even putting animals into the vortex, here's an idea for you. Basically strap a camcorder to the end of a pole and put it into the vortex. Maybe we could safely see what's on the other side.
It's the same as putting his apparatus in, really.
Yeah. It's a coffee table. We've seen it.
When the experiment gets to that stage, that is. Now, that's not a half-bad idea, or is it? Well, wait a minute now. A camcorder wouldn't survive the electromagnetic field, would it?
Well, the way it's set up,
What
It would survive.
What electromagnetic field? Art? That could mean almost anything.
I do think that perhaps the videotape technology of the time might be susceptible.
It super depends how strong the electromagnetic field are. You're right, but maybe not. Like it just very much depends on the strength of the magnetic field.
Reminds me of the End of Contact.
Yes. Was it 18 hours of
Yeah,
I'm
not so much interested that they're static. I'm interested in how much static.
Yeah.
basically in the center of it.
Yeah.
Okay, you got your screen mesh.
Yeah.
Right.
Ooh.
I'm thinking there's
That's an
going to be.
idea. What do you think of this, Paul? Next time I come out to visit you,
Mm-hmm.
we need to film like you, me, and Shannon playing a board game. We'll throw it on your Discord server, wherever. Just a straight up feed, us playing a board game. Wholly
do, I
untapped
guess.
market. Yeah.
I'm thinking
I actually have a
using
really
some.
good game. I mean, it's I'm excited. I hope to play with you sometime. There's a game called Unfathomable that I think you would very much enjoy. It's a cooperative game. It's very good. We've tried sometime.
Okay.
But you live literally thousands of kilometers away, so you understand my frustrations here.
I do. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And sadly, like, yeah, the number of people who are willing to play incredibly long and complex video games, I don't have that circle built yet. So
see, so here's the thing: you need to find your local game store and just start, like hanging out. That's where you.
Well, I have a few
Find some kid
potential
with autism.
I actually have found a few potential people. The trick is, also then, people who are parents.
Well, that is also a very real problem. When I was in my 20s, it was a lot easier than when I'm in my 40s.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's got fucking shit to do. Yeah.
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 I'll use whatever works better. I don't know yet, but I'm either going to use just like a straight rod or use like a metal pipe. Now, if the metal
Night, Matthew. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
pipe works better, then basically that metal pipe acts like to some degree like a magnetic shield.
So that might be an okay idea.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'll get the same results as with that or with a rod.
All right. And this, dear Art, when Madman Markham mentioned using 7 rings of 24 electromagnets, I was reminded of Bob Lazar's description of the drive units on the UFOs he allegedly studied, although I believe he said they were using 48 sectors per ring instead of 24. That's Ron in Birmingham, Alabama. Have you heard about Bob Lazar's, do you know the guy?
I heard his name from somewhere.
Well, he worked allegedly at an area called S4 here near where I live, and actually back engineered some supposedly extraterrestrial.
Have we done? I remember hearing Bob Lazar, but have we done a Bob Lazar? I'm not sure if we have.
Yeah.
Well, we did. We did. Okay. Yeah.
We did a Bob Lazar episode.
Yeah. All right.
Which one? Can't remember, but we have definitely covered Bob Lazar on this channel. Yeah.
Vehicles.
Yeah.
And he was claiming that's what they use. So you're not far away from what. This is really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I'm fascinated now, Paul. Quasi Meow has said English is not their native language. I'm super curious, Quasi Meow. What is your native language? Where are you from? Please, if you don't mind, throw it in chat. What is your native language? I don't want to dox you. Don't tell me your hometown or anything, but just where you at? What's your native language?
Norwegian.
Do you know? Is it Norwegian?
Well, so it says on the in the chat.
Well, fair. Oh yeah, there we go. Norwegian. Fair enough. Good enough. All right. That's it.
Kind of like debating on how many.
I want to meet
that's where the supermodel count is from.
That's where Swedish, but I mean it's
Well, it's close enough.
Yeah.
It was going to be a multiple of 12, but I didn't know whether to use 24. Originally, I was going to do 96, but then the ring would be at 5,000 watts each.
Have I had what?
Lutefisk. Are you familiar with it? Do you know what that is? It is an abomination practiced upon the world by Scandinavian peoples.
Okay.
And I will leave it there. Yeah.
Fair enough. I can look that up on my own time.
Yep. Do that. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Quasimiano knows. It's horrible. It's fucking poison until you treat it right. It's Oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's one of those things where it's like this has to be a joke. It's also one of those things where it's like, well, when everybody's starving to death in the winter, here's a thing you can eat that won't kill you, but it's bad. It's real bad. Yeah.
I think that has to be pretty good size. The heck, the ring would be 150 feet wide, and that'd be too dang.
Yeah, I can't believe the progress you've made. And then to the main unit, you're going to be applying 3 million volts.
Yeah.
I mean, this is much, much, much bigger than even that.
Yeah, these things, I mean, they're harder than heck to insulate as far as the secondary windings go.
I'll bet. I bet. What size wire do you have to use?
Oh, well, since the output current's only 3 milliamp, it's really tiny. It's like
There's way too much specs talk in this episode.
Yeah.
I want the wacky, what happens when you throw screws in there.
Or couches.
Yeah, or couches.
Well,
Dave, we've hit the 4-hour mark.
We've hit the 4-hour mark.
I feel like we're not going to get to the couches today.
Sadly, it seems like not.
So the good news is, if we do decide to pick this up, we wouldn't have to live through the previously on segment again.
We've done that.
So we would just get straight to the callers who are interrogating. Hopefully the callers are asking more pointed questions than Art.
So we can just jump right to that. I feel like that's a good plan.
Maybe not the next episode, but sometime in the new year.
It's like poutine, right? It's not like poutine.
Programming note, if we think that the next 2 shows will probably be on per normal.
Per normal on Fridays. Paul and I looking at our schedules.
So if 13 days from now and 29 days or 27 days from now, it should be the...
Sure, do math. I don't know.
Yeah.
December the 13th. No, December. Is that right?
No, I think the 7th
December
or whatever.
6th and the 20th. That would be the next 2.
Yeah.
In theory. In theory,
we'll check the YouTube schedules.
Yeah. You know what? It's free stream.
That's right.
Just, you get it when you get it.
So Dave, do you have a did you bring a joke with you today to wrap up the show?
Oh shit. I totally forgot that we do.
That's fine. You don't have to.
No. Paul, give me a sec. I know so many jokes. Okay. Hey, Paul. Hey.
Yes, Dave.
Do you know what the fastest liquid on Earth is?
No, Dave. What's the fastest liquid on Earth?
Why, Paul, it's milk. Before you've even seen it, it's past your eyes. All right.
I was gonna say mercury or something dumb like that.
Something dumb like that. You would have looked like a real boob, a real maroon.
Past your eyes, I get it.
Past your eyes. Yeah, it's milk.
All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you all. Have a great night.
Here we go. All right. Good night, friends. And that's the end of our show.
Now I wait for the thing to end. And it is ended.
And it's ended. I had fun.